welcome everybody to the BTL playoffs. We have Rat Legion versus Fantastic Four and Zerathai Toyota Camry. Third funny thing, I am of course your friend, Little Rodney, aka the old sad boy, aka the loser of Money in the Bank, and I am here with everybody's favorite everything, Aulz.
Man, it's always a pleasure to be here at BTL, especially with an interesting match like this. These are two of the teams that have really turned on the afterburners in the second half of the season. FFZ and Rat Legion both looked so rough to start the season, but now they guarantee themselves playoff spots, and they are facing off to determine who will face the winner of tomorrow's matchup between KOI and DPS. So, Rod, we are
Yes.
getting into bans here. Anything surprising, anything jumping out at you as you look at what's come across your screen so far?
There's a Zeri that's available, and Zeri is everywhere. There is no escaping Zeri. Zeri haunts my dreams. That is the first thing that comes to mind immediately.
That's
While it
fair.
has not been as prevalent here as it has been in pro play, I am indeed tired of seeing Zeri every time I want to watch League of Legends. But Rat Legion did take Melio, and FFZ did ban uh, Yumi, which has been everyone's favorite. In fact, they're going to pick Lushinami, so maybe we won't see Azeri. Uh, yes, that is my only hope.
Well, at least in my experience here, Zeri has been a little bit less relevant over the past couple of patches. Although we have seen in recent times some pretty solid Zeri static Shiv builds to really be aggressive with the wave clear. Instead, we're going to see Rat Legion pick up the Ashe. So your wish is granted for game one. No Zeri in sight. Speaking of the Ashe and Rat Legion's bot lane, we are seeing a little bit of a roster switch up. Instead of Yusa Excited in the mid lane, Potato Ogretan, who had been a wonderful substitute ADC for this Rat Legion squad, will be taking over at the mid lane with standard rostered mid laner Mr. Krabs in the bot.
That is true. That is very, very true. Um, well, one, I am actually really curious about the Ash when you have Lucian, Nami, and now Malphite coming in for FFZ. Um, Ash, of course, one of the few champions still left in the game without four dashes and a backflip and an untargetable. So it could be a rough day for Mr. Krabs. But yeah, I am always curious to see how these teams do. We've seen a lot of teams where when there is a change up, it seems like the cohesion isn't as cohesive as you would like. And so that's kind of my first and biggest worry is that the teams aren't going to play as clean. But we do get a Kindred ban and we do get a Victor ban as well.
Yeah, I'm looking at this draft, and personally, I'm not super concerned about the cohesiveness of Rat Legion dropping because, especially over the past few weeks when they've been playing their style, they've seemed to do very well. What I'm more concerned about is the fact that Yusa Excited has been such a major carry and threat point for this team, even while they've been being helped by the ADC of either Krabs or Gratan. I'm curious to see to what extent Rat Legion is going to be impacted by not having their individual strongest member on the Rift.
That is also true. That is definitely a thing as well. But we do get a Corky ban. Nice. I love Corky. I love when people acknowledge that Corky exists in the game. And we do get a Graves ban coming out from Rat Legion. But I mean, that as well is very true. Yusa has been playing incredibly well leading up to the playoffs. And so, yeah, I don't know. We will find out if Rat Legion has an answer to your very difficult question. Why are you asking hard questions on a Saturday night? It's not a school night. There's
I'm a
no
color
homework.
caster, man. I have got to create conversation. That's my entire job here on the desk. I don't quite know what to tell you.
Fair enough. We do get the Nico coming out for FFZ and a Kale coming out from Rat Legion. Is this going to be a mid lane Kale and a Jax top? Is it going to be a top Kale with a Jax jungle? I am very curious what we're doing here from Rat Legion, and I imagine we're going to find out in approximately 8 seconds, give or take. But that is a lot of and a Malachi. Oh, it's a very flexible comp. Very flexible comp.
Well, we're gonna obviously have to wait and see what shows up in client draft here. My suspicion is that this Kale is going to be headed into the mid lane because Coach Ray has, since the shift from Ichobin to Mgudis for this FFZ roster, Coach Ray in the mid lane has played very safely, very defensively, and been more of an enabler for the rest of the map. So Rat Legion perhaps sees that mid lane as being fairly safe, fairly easy for something as vulnerable and late game focused as a Kale to scale up in.
I mean, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. I also remember when Kale used to be a priority-ish pick in the mid lane, just because of the fact that you want to get Kale accelerated as soon as possible. And I don't understand the meta points that made it stop happening like that. Maybe someone can explain it to me one day, because I don't know why you wouldn't want your Kale to get the most amount of gold and the most amount of levels, because that's what the champion needs more than anything. But we do get that last pick, Wukong, so I imagine it's going to be Wukong jungle with Malphite in the top for FFZ.
Well, I have to ask though, because we've seen so much supportive play from Ray, what are the odds that this is a Malphite mid with a Nico jungle and a Wukong top?
Not zero. The odds are not zero. That is for sure. The odds are absolutely not zero. But is Nico jungle that good?
Nico jungle individually is not necessarily that powerful in terms of early clear, in terms of early threat, but the ability to blend in seamlessly with the jungle, the ability to exist in jungle camps or gank through the lane by disguising oneself as a minion is incredibly powerful. And as a champion, she has plenty of gank potential after she gets through her first clear, courtesy of the Tangle Barbs, courtesy of the Pop Blossom when she hits level 6. So while it's definitely more vulnerable than some of the other champions that we see in the jungle, for a champion, or for a player rather, like TSM holder Mgudis here for FFC, it wouldn't be entirely out of character.
I just well,
doesn't look like it'll be the case though.
Yeah. It's not showing up that way so far. Definitely is looking like it's going to be Jax and Malphite in the top lane, Malachi and Wukong in the respective jungles, though teams can still kind of switch picks up to a certain point.
So this begs the question, Rod. How are you feeling about this draft? Which of these teams do you think came out on top? Which of these teams do you think is going to struggle given the way that draft has shaken out here?
I'm honestly not sure. I am very curious. I think the early game does favor FFZ, and obviously the late game does favor Rat Legion a lot. I mean, Jax and Kale are infamous for I sat them in a side lane and they ran over everybody at 35 minutes. So the question is how healthy is Rat Legion going to be at 35 minutes? I think we saw earlier this year. Oh man, I can't remember who it was on, but the Kale that just kind of chilled out for 30 minutes and then showed up at a team fight, got a quadra kill, and that was the game basically at Dragon. Like, it's just how well can you get to the point where your late game carries can carry versus can the Lucian Nami absolutely dominate in the bot lane, and then, you know, can you get those team fight wombo combo etc between Malphite, Wukong, Nico, and a tidal wave with Lucian picking people off in the 15 to 30-minute range. And that's tough.
Yeah,
Very, very tough. I wonder.
the other question here for me is yes, Rat Legion gets astronomically stronger with time, especially in those solo lanes. However, they are a team that is heavily built around auto attacks here, with the Jax, with the Kayle, with the Ashe. That's the entirety of their damage. If you're FFZ and you're looking at Mad Chef in the top lane on this Malphite, a champion uniquely positioned to be an anti-auto attacker, almost to the point of being Rammus in that same kind of category. For FFC, are you at all concerned about that late game because you know that you have someone who can sponge up so much damage?
I I'm gonna say yes, and I'm gonna say yes because of the fact that one, Kayle is going to still be able to basically rip through Malphite at a certain point, and there are AP ratios and depending on the build, percent health ratios that Jax can engage in should they so choose. So I mean, there's kind of some options for dealing with the Malphite that make the Malphite less an unkillable rock in the middle of your team, but those are again only options, right? Like Rat Legion may not decide. On the other hand, is FFZ going to be aggressive enough in the early game? Because you've already spoken on how, at least Coach Ray very safe in the mid lane. Are they gonna do enough before it gets to that point where it's, well, Kayle and Jax have hit critical mass, good luck?
Yeah, we will have to see, I suppose, Rod. Does FFZ win hard enough early game to be able to control Rat Legion, or can Rat Legion weather the storm and come out in the late game? I think we're only going to find our answers onto the rift, so it might be time to step aside until we get there.
All right.
We will see you all in just a couple of minutes when these folks are on the rift. Game 1 of this best of 5 semifinal. FFZ Rat Legion looking to be the first team to punch their ticket to the BTL Season 14 Finals. We'll have all the action, so don't go anywhere.
All right. We are loaded into game one. Rat Legion versus Fantastic Four and Zerathai. Just want to let you all know, Baron spawns in 19 minutes 30 seconds. But we do have a little bit of an invade going on as they are looking to catch out Mad Chef up here in the top lane bush, but he is going to get away as he does see that the whole team is invading from Rat Legion. They are going to get at least a ward on the red buff, maybe stick around and try and catch somebody out, but I don't think anybody from FFZ is coming through. Yes, they get a ward, they hang out, they leave. It was just, a group trip. We just wanted to go get some snackies from the quick stop.
Yeah, I don't hate that for either team there. For FFZ, you get vision of all 5. Mad Chef manages to get out without even a scratch, got 0 damage off of that volley. And Potato Ogre-chan is going to enter lane with fairly low mana here after having used volley twice. They had to up that mana cost so high to keep support Ashe from being as obnoxious as it always was. However, for Rat Legion, they do get Vision of Hoarder early. It's going to make it a little bit harder for the Wukong, the major threat of this team, to become that carry that they love having the jungler be.
Yeah, that is true. Both on the nerf and the Vision and the Wukong. You are just correct. Like, just undeniably correct about everything you say. I enjoy that. I just want to let you know.
Is taking a fair bit of damage here early.
Yeah.
The Frost Shot doing a ton of work. I don't think he's going to get out here.
He's going to have to flash. That is the flash. That is the cleanse. And he's still going to go down. That is going to be the flash out of Au Gratin with the ghost as well. First blood to the Ashe. I thought you said they nerfed the volley. Looked like he got it. Well, he did only get it off once, but one is all you need.
Yeah, that is a major trade in favor of Rat Legion there. Both sides blowing 3 summoner spells, everything off the ADCs and exhausts off the supports. However, getting that kill early, pushing Zerathai behind, both on hitting level 2 and on missing a whole bunch of CS here as this wave comes close to crashing. Really feels awful for the Lucian Nami lane, which wants to push that tempo early, wants to find early aggression and advantage. However, in the jungle, we are seeing Sashimi Senpai being bullied out by Hoarder here. Had the Wolf smited away and will be forced to flash after the Bramble Smash. That's some good pressure from the Wukong here, despite being caught out early on Vision.
Yeah. I do want to note Zerathai, I think, only actually missed like 2 minions worth of XP. He's not going to get, he's having a tough time farming under tower, but didn't fall as far behind as maybe you would like. If you are Au Gratin, they weren't able to crash that wave as fast as you want. But yeah, Hoarder is taking that whole bot side there, or top side, excuse me, away from Sashimi, and maybe looking, it's a little too early for a dive, I would assume.
Yeah, a little bit early for a dive, but they will find each other here as Hoarder looks to leave the jungle. But with the clear path that Sashimi had taken, going from the bot side to the top, this is especially dangerous for them, because this means that the only camps that are up are those blue side camps of Hoarder. So there's really not a whole lot that the Maokai can do unless they manage an invade and get to pull it off without a hitch. But Coach Ray and Atreides are in the way, so there's not going to be much chance of the Maokai getting out of their own jungle.
Yeah, Maokai not even able to contest the other Scuttle Crab. On top of which, there's a big trade going on in the top lane. We do see now Hoarder is hanging out. He actually finishes the back. Mad Chef does not. Mad Chef is a lot a bit healthier than Bussy General, but Bussy General is going to back. We also have seen Coach Ray actually getting a lot of damage onto Mr. Krabs. Did force the teleport out of Krabs already 4 minutes into the game. But yeah, we do see now the bot lane jungle being taken by Hoarder. Hoarder came back with 2 long swords. A big difference from the Maokai with just boots.
This is really unfortunate for Bussy General. The timing of that TP, the fact that they went back to lane like that, means that they don't have the Sheen. First back Sheen is so incredibly necessary for Jax to be able to put pressure down in lane. So the fact that that's not completed here means that Malphite will have a little bit of a longer window to continue bullying this Jax out, growing the CS lead that they've already created of about 8 minions. This is going to be problematic because you want, as the Jax, to have started taking control back by now.
Oh my goodness, Au Gratin. Okay. Gonna be forced back Atreides with an actual zoning bubble there, forcing Agratin away from chasing down Zerathai. But Zerathai is getting the very worst end of these trades. Not even like contestable. Like hits an auto and needs to run immediately. We do see Bussy General fighting Mad Chef in the middle of a fat wave, though. So Mad Chef not going to trade back, is going to try and collect the rest of this, though, but has almost double the CS of Bussy General. Bussy General takes a tower shot. Mad Chef does not re-engage with that ultimate, but maybe looking to do so now. But Bussy General just hit level 6 as well. So the tiny advantage gone up there in the top lane. But yes, Mad Chef is up almost 20 CS right now, and Bussy General finally getting back may have the Sheen now.
Nope, not even close, Rod.
What? Why? What?
Went back, purchased another longsword. The trades here that Mad Chef are taking, keeping Bussy from being able to stay for 700 gold. That is the key break point here. 700 gold on a single back. Bussy cannot hit it twice in a row now. This is so damaging for the Jax, and this 23 CS lead is only going to continue to grow as long as that Sheen is not in the Jax's pocket.
That is not ideal. Speaking of Sheens, TSM Hoarder does have his to go with 2 long swords and a dagger. Just boots. Upgraded boots, though, for Shishimi, but boots and Zerathai able to dash away. Maybe that speed up on the Ashe is going to be important, going to force out the flash of Zerathai. This is a new and exciting toxic Milio duo, I see.
Yeah, as opposed to the other Milio duos, which are equally toxic, obnoxious, and unplayable. It's fine, though. Zerathai is, he's used to being irrelevant for this team. So, should be just fine down 15 CS at the moment.
That is very, very rough. But on the flip side, does actually have a Noon Quiver. If he actually had the opportunity to stand and trade, could do damage to someone.
Yeah, could. However, Ashe is
nothing.
ahead. Ashe has an extra dagger, the boots, has an extra consumable as well, having not used one of her biscuits so far. So Potato Au Gratin in these trades, unless we start seeing Hoarder pay some attention to this bot lane, is going to continue to win. The Ashe going to continue to be the stronger of the 2 ADCs. However, that's fine, because elsewhere on the map, FFZ is winning hard. Top lane, as we've commented on repeatedly, Mad Chef winning hard in these trades, in these decisions. Jungle, Hoarder up 20 CS, may not have had a successful gank to this point, but is putting the pressure out. And in the mid lane as well, Coach Ray up 20 CS has continuously put pressure onto the Kale of Mr. Krabs.
Yeah, we do see the culling come out from Zerathai. And on Gratin gets knocked up with the bubble, but there is a Maokai nearby there. I don't think they know that the Maokai is nearby, but yeah, in the mid lane, Coach Ray is also able to take down a plate. The dragon was taken by Hoarder. It is an Ocean Drake, which is going to help Zerathai stay in this lane longer, maybe catch up on some gold. And it looks like the Rift Herald is being taken by Hoarder. Hoarder is just literally running everything in the jungle right now.
Yeah, Sashimi Senpai being out jungled just a little bit here. However, this bot lane has to be careful, as Potato Au Gratin and Red Strike have both hit level 6. If that arrow comes out, Zerathai will have to be very fast on that cleanse. Otherwise, they're going to be caught up and locked down, especially without the flash in their pocket.
That is true. However, there is the exhaust. There is the... Ooh, actually, there's not. Atreides is not level 6 yet, does not have the tidal wave to disengage on the Ashe.
Yeah, so
but it looks like there's going to be backs coming out.
Yeah, some trading topside. Bussy still does not have this Sheen. Going for the Caulfield's Warhammer instead, just because of the small gold values on these backs. It's not great for them. This is not what you need. But they're going to go in anyway. They may have found Mad Chef here, stunned up by the Counter-Strike, forced to flash ultimate away. And the massive Enchanted Crystalero in the middle. Coach Ray locked up, knocked down, and will fall here under the turret. Mr. Krabs picks that up.
Very well done there by Rat Legion. The arrow plus the Twisted Advance coming in from Sashimi, basically keeping Coach Ray there to take that extra tower shot too. Coach Ray almost escaped if it wasn't for that tower shot trailing. But the kill going over to Mr. Krabs, I think, is the most important part.
Yeah, getting the Kale a little bit of gold back in their pocket, getting some scaling going on that champion is great. We do see the Cole as well was picked up on that first back for Mr. Krabs, so having that start to scale up, give them some gold as well, keeping this lane not too far behind, despite the 3 plates going over to Nico and Wukong here, only down about 300, which for a Kale, you're pretty okay with at this point in time.
Yeah, that's that's even, honestly, for a Kale, considering the power that her kit is going to bring. That said, we are seeing the rotations coming out with Zerathai and Atreides now coming into the mid lane, and it's going to be Coach Ray going into the bot lane. I understand. I would not want to have my bot lane stay in that lane if at all possible. They were not having a fun time.
Yeah, that's one way to put it. Meanwhile, in the top side, trading continues very hard. Mad Chef is taking a lot of damage now, despite not having the Sheen. Bussy is putting some good work in. He is going to get the kill, but the turret shots are enough. The desperation flash to secure the kill onto the Malphite means that it's a 1-for-1. But I don't like that if you're Bussy. You're already so far behind. You need to be creating advantages, not burning things like your flash just to try and stay even.
Yeah, and you don't deny anything too significant there. I think only about 4 minions were lost by Mad Chef, so I mean, okay. That said, there was a plate taken in the bot lane by Coach Ray and a plate taken in the mid lane by Zerathai and Atreides, getting that gold in their pockets despite being down 2 kills, up a droplet of gold is fantastic for Zerathai.
Yeah, and all of the gold that's keeping this close right now is in the bot lane. Potato Ogre Tan and Red Strike have significant leads over their counterparts, which, if you're FFZ, again, is fine. You'd like Zerathai to be ahead here. You'd like to have the Lucian be hyper-relevant, hyper-important in this game. But at the end of the day, if the Ashe is the strongest member on the enemy team, you're in good shape. You have a Malphite. You don't need to particularly care.
That is true. Oh my goodness.
That was from full health, wasn't
coming
that?
out. Yes. One spell rotation from Coach Ray takes half the health of Red Strike. That's not a problem at all. Yeah, FFZ, you are correct. May be just the Fantastic Four, but Coach Ray looking fantastic? I don't know. I couldn't find a good Reed Richards joke there in my brain. But
hey, it worked.
Point being, with that one item, Coach Ray already just looking super strong, and that's going to be a second dragon taken for FFZ at 13 minutes. So they are on pace if they are able to keep it up for a 23-minute soul. Another problem you might want to worry about. I was talking about earlier about how are they going to be able to get everything in time. And while they aren't ahead, they are at least keeping the pressure on these neutral objectives. There we're going to see the culling coming out from Zerathai onto Mr. Krabs. But it looked like he missed just about everything, Mr. Krabs. Still pretty healthy down there.
Yeah, I'm a little bit disappointed in Sashimi Senpai. Yes, you're facing up against one of the best junglers in BTL in TSM Hoarder. However, we haven't seen Sashimi Senpai or anyone on this Rat Legion squad try to contest any of the neutral objectives. That's 2 Drakes that have gone down without a contest. That's a Rift Herald that's gone down. Look at this. Hoarder completely untouched as they're invading, stealing more from under the nose of Sashimi here. As the team of Rat Legion, you have to be contesting this. You have to be trying to choke out the Wukong just a little bit here.
I hear you, but I think they are literally playing for scale as safely as possible, and maybe to the extreme from the looks of it, where they're just like, we don't need to fight. We don't want to fight until we get these 2 items on our 2 late game champions. That said, it looks like this tower in the mid lane is going to go down here very shortly, but that is level 11 on the Kale, and even though I got a little twang in my voice, the Kale got a little damage in the autos and was able to force Coach Ray off, but first tower is going to go down in the bot lane, and that gold is going to go on to TSM Hoarder and Zerathai. So a good distribution of gold again to the jungler who you said we need to watch for as the carry, looking very carry ish as far as the gold, at least.
Yeah, that mid lane turret falling as well. A slight breath of wind from Coach Ray is enough. Now, Rod, I do want to pull your attention as well to this top lane and to Mad Chef. I mentioned in draft that if I'm Rat Legion, I'm a little bit concerned about this Malphite in the long term because
Uh-oh.
as an anti-auto attack champion, they're so well positioned to take care of this Rat Legion team. Already has the Frozen Heart completed, has the Ninja Tabbies completed. That's a lot of anti-auto attack already on this champion at 15 minutes. It's only going to get worse from here, so Bussy, Krabs, and Gratin are going to have a tough time cutting through the rock.
I mean, actually, I don't think that is. I mean, it is correct, but he doesn't have any health.
You don't need health when the enemy team can't attack you.
Fair, but I mean, we just saw Bussy take that trade and do a solid amount of damage to Mad Chef. I understand Mad Chef didn't really do anything in return, but at least right now, even with all that armor, I think he can still be gotten. I don't know if that's the right conjugation, but
once there's a Jack show on there,
you are correct.
Once there's a Jack show on there, the Malphite's untouchable.
Yeah.
So
yes, I think that
the window is closing.
Yeah, I think so as well. And we do see all four of the non-mid lane members of both teams hovering around this Rift Shell. That is going to be the ultimate miss from Groudon. Groudon now going to get hit with the culling, is going to survive. That is going to be a tidal wave coming in, as well as the unstoppable onslaught. Red Strike is going to get knocked up. I don't even know where he went, and is able to flash away. On the backside, we do have multiple members on to their side, but they are able to take it out. That is going to be Coach Ray going in, going to knock up Shishimi, and Shishimi is going to be forced to flash away. Coach Ray trying to get some more damage is going to go golden. Zerathai forced to walk away. Coach Ray is not going to be at the kill, and a Potato Groudon is going to go on a killing spree. That is a 2 for 2, but it's Mr. Krabs, Groudon, and Shishimi alive for Rat Legion, and they are going to force the rest of Fantastic Four and Zerathai out of the fight.
And crucially, in the first neutral contest, the Rift Herald was denied. FFZ was not able to take that Rift Herald there because finally we saw Rat Legion try and put some pressure on the map.
I think there was way too much. Hoarder basically chased Red Strike super deep, which, I mean, once you're there, you're there. I understand that, but that was maybe not the kill you should have been concerned about.
No, it was, to put it lightly, rather characteristic over-aggression from Hoarder. Player is used to being incredibly good and perhaps overstep their bounds just a little bit there. We do see as well, Rat Legion has control over this Drake. FFZ is going to try and take this fight, but I don't think they win this. I think it's a little bit too late as the Unstoppable Force is coming in. I don't think Mad Chef actually is going to do a whole lot here. But Coach Ray in deep, the Pop Blossom goes off. It's not quite enough. Red Strike takes that kill. The health bar is very low for Rat Legion, but nobody can confirm any kills.
Yeah, that ultimate teleport from Mad Chef was a little too late. Same for the tidal wave, honestly. And once they saw that the tidal wave only hit 2 people in the pit, I think they should have just left. I don't understand why they continued to fight that out. I mean,
no, I'm in agreement.
Very questionable decisions there.
It was hopeful at best to think that they could turn that fight around, with the Lucian being a little bit behind, with the Nico having already burned the stopwatch, not having that available. I just think there were slightly better choices to be made there. That being said, there was enough pressure on the map that they were able to pick up a Rift Herald. So small victories for FFC on the backside of that fight.
They also didn't layer any of the big ultimates. I don't know. I'll put that in the I don't know. But yes, now we do have the Rift Herald taken. We do have a reset. We do have, it looks like it's going to be the Iceborne Gauntlet coming next from Mad Chef. But the Jax now has some gold. That is a 1-0 and 3 KO for Mr. Krabs now. Has the Gnasher's Tooth looking to move to the next item. Also finish the call We have a Kraken Slayer for Potato Au Gratin. It's going to be the Aurelius there for Red Strike. And I think we mentioned it earlier, but there's a Sunder for Bussy General. The Maokai, though, building Radiant Virtue, going that more supportive, my ultimate helps my whole team build. On the other side, Mad Chef, we already mentioned, looks like building to the Iceborne already has the Frozen Heart, going to be the Trinity Force for Hoarder. We have the Ludens, and it looks like moving towards the finished Zonias for Coach Ray. There is, of course, the Kraken Slayer for Zerathai, has a Zeal and some Lucidity Boots. And just Lucidity Boots finish for Atreides, not even the finish first item yet. But as we reset and kind of take a look at it, everything is still very even in gold, which are we close to the point yet where that is actually FFZ being behind?
I think we are starting to approach that point, despite the leads that we are still seeing on the top half of the map. 30 CS leads for both the Malphite and the Wukong. I think we are starting to approach the point in time where you need to see more aggression from FFZ. They have a very early to mid-game focused team, and they need to start using some of that. Instead, we're just not seeing the aggression. It's not landing from them. I'd like to see a bit more if they are going to win this game.
Yeah. On top of which, we are getting to see even the Kale now is catching up in CS with the Nico, but also just getting free waves down there on the bot side. That said, Bussy General is in a bad spot, may go down. The rest of the team coming through is going to survive just barely. There's going to be the ultimate come out from the Maokai as Coach Ray is going to get caught and go down. Sashimi Senpai is going to keep him CC'd as Au Gratin is able to take the kill, go on a rampage. And now we see Mr. Krabs autoing that tower, getting some tower gold as well on the other side of the map. That's the opposite. That's the opposite of what we said FFZ needs to do.
Yeah, not respecting the rotation there from the rest of Rat Legion is a major mistake for this squad, and one that they had seemed to be better than in regular season play. They seem to have a pretty good pulse on where the rest of the enemy squad was, but this time, Hoarder overstepping their bounds once again, trying a little too hard to make plays work. Feels like the concerns about timing are starting to rack up for this squad. They're starting to feel the pressure that you mentioned a couple of minutes ago.
Yeah, definitely starting to feel that way. As they are setting up for this dragon, they are going to riff Herald in the bottom lane. And it looks like that's going to be the tier 2 tower coming in. Hoarder looking to walk forward, but that's going to be enough to at least allow them to get vision and priority in this bot lane jungle of Rat Legion, looking for this Infernal Drake. They are going to be all spotted on that ward that is not going to be cleared. This is going to be the first, I shouldn't say first, but maybe the 5v5, as we do now have the Rift Maker completed on Mr. Krabs. That is the 2 items that you're looking for. This could be when Kale turns into Kale. There's going to be the tidal wave coming in from Atreides, but it is just to push everybody out of the choke point. A very nice route coming in. But Sashimi is just walking through everyone. Mad Chef calling in. We do get the Pot Blossom coming out from Coach Ray as Bussy General is able to take down Atreides. And now we see Bussy General running away. Mad Chef is going to be able to go on a killing spree. Is going to get the kill on the back end. Atreides is going to go down, and maybe the Kale is the Kale, but everybody else is dead. That is going to be Mr. Krabs using the intervention, trying to stay alive. Zerathai and ESM Hoarder going to finish it off, and that is going to be an ace for Fantastic Four and Zerathai.
Yeah, 5 for 3 is great there for this squad, able to cut through everyone, courtesy of a lot of CC onto the strongest members of this Rat Legion squad, specifically Potato Au Gratin and Red Strike. However, it's still putting gold into the strong members of Rat Legion. The Kale able to pick up some kills, Potato able to continue to get kills and assists. Bussy General still doing what they can on the Jax. 44 CS down. Feels like Mad Chef is picking up kills left, right, and center, but they're trying their best. If you're FFZ, you have to wish that that fight was a little bit less close. A 5 for 1, a 5 for 2 maybe. But with 3 members in another 5-10 minutes, if that fight happens again, you got to start worrying that it's going to be flipped the other way.
Yeah, Yeah, so here I am concerned for FFZ for obvious reasons, the reason that I keep saying, but I still think they aren't
The game's not
coordinating.
over yet. Yeah.
They, they aren't coordinating like they should. When Mad Chef goes in or when Coach Ray goes in, there's still like a 2 second delay between the other one going in, or the uh, tidal wave is used when maybe not ideal. I just wonder if
Uh,
maybe there's a better
Now,
connection that could be
Rod,
forged between those ultimates.
you couldn't possibly be telling me that you don't like the tidal wave being used when there's nobody on the same screen as the Nami, could you?
I mean, not only that, but there's nobody on the same screen as the Nami, and even if you did hit 3 people, the Malphite, excuse me, and the Nico would not be able to capitalize. So you would just be like, "Way to go! You knocked up 4 people." Now they know that you don't have the knockup anymore. Like it's one of those things. But we do see Hoarder looking to get onto Bussy General. It is going to force out the Enchanted Crystal Arrow for Potato Au Gratin, though, and that's going to be another tower taken down as we see the tidal wave again come out. But that one might actually be to disengage. Again, I'm not mad when you're running away, but when you want the fight, that's not good. And it looks like they're going to try to at least get onto this Baron. They're going to start it. Bussy General is going to back, does have teleport. There aren't a lot of wards, or any for that matter, available for Rat Legion, and this Baron is just going to melt down. It looks like Rat Legion is going to look to try to get in, but Sashimi is just going to be CC'd to CC'd, and there's going to be the Pop Blossom coming in as they are going to try to steal it. It's going to be taken down. TSM Hoarder is going to be able to get it, and now Bussy General and Sashimi are going to go down on the other side. Mr. Krabs is alone. There are no friends with him, is going to be able to get away, though, as that is a 2-for-0 and a Baron to go with it. Fantastic Four and Zerathai play that Baron fight well.
Yeah, you see better coordination there, and this is the kind of fight that they wanted. Yeah, you didn't wipe the entire enemy team, but you kept Krabs and Gratan from being relevant there. You got Bussy General and Sashimi Senpai dead without a fight. You're going to be able to capitalize on this Baron buff now. It will still be up when the next Drake spawns. So for FFZ, you've got a very good chance at getting some pushes out, getting some wave control, and taking this Infernal Soul to really drive home your chances of winning this game, despite starting to hit the Rat Legion scaling points.
Yeah, and they actually do have a 6,000 gold lead now, which, considering it was even 3 minutes ago, 5 minutes ago, that is good. You know, I guess they hit their midlife crisis a little later than normal, but you know, you take it. You want to drive the Corvette while you still can. So
Yeah,
now,
I mean, it
we
doesn't
do
feel
see second and third items coming in.
it doesn't feel great when 2,300 of that gold difference is on the Malphite over the Jax. If you're Rat Legion, you don't want your Jax to be that far behind. Doesn't feel much better for FFZ either, though. You don't want all that gold on just your tank. But the big thing is Hoarder up 3,000 gold, feeling incredibly powerful on this Wukong. And Zerathai has brought it back into parity as well on the Lucian, a little bit ahead of the Ashe. So yeah, it's a 6,000 gold lead, but it feels a lot closer to 3 or 4 if you're FFZ.
Yes, that is fair, but we do see even more armor coming out on this Malphite. Malphite has 544 armor. Dead serious,
just a few armor.
544 armor. Just a little bit. Bussy General, though, loses half the health. Coach Ray still very, very strong, and that is going to be the tidal wave used onto multiple members. Hoarder trying to get in. Coach Ray is going to get the Pop Blossom, but it's only going to get Sashimi. That said, Sashimi is the important member right now with the Dragon coming up, as that's going to be the jungler for nothing taken by FFZ, and it looks like they're going to be able to take this Dragon Soul for free. Maybe?
Yeah, pretty free. Mad Chef, so big, so powerful at this point that there's not really any way for Rat Legion to walk into them. They also take the tower on the top side towards that inhibitor, so more pressure on the map here. Feels great for them. The Infernal Soul is taken. But, Rod, what we had to see there and what FFC did right was the layering of the CC, the tidal wave coming out to separate the team, the Pop Blossom coming in to lock down Sashimi. They didn't need everyone, they just needed to take the jungler off the map, so there was no chance to counter or steal that final Drake.
Yeah, I get looking better as the game has gone on from FFZ, both in target selection and in coordination between their abilities. And now with this Infernal Soul, it's also going to ease, I would say, the difference in scaling by adding those extra stacks.
But this is dangerous. Going in very deep.
He's
will
gonna
get hit
go
by
out.
the Crystalero, but this is not good for the Wukong. However, the Cyclone lands on it too. Xerathi now dominating. Perhaps I spoke too soon here, Rod.
Xerathi is super low. Atreides is going to get taken out because that is still a Kayle, and Kayle is going to use the intervention on Augrodin. Augrodin is going to get taken super low by Coach Ray. Krabs now chasing him down, and that is going to be a double kill for the Kayle as Mad Chef has to leave, does not have the ultimate, did use it on Augrodin, and that is going to be a 2-for-1.
2-for-1 could have been worse than Xerathi. That is a clencher moment right there for the ADC, just barely getting out. However, he's now at 4 items, Rod, with the Gale Force, with the Guardian Angel, the Kraken, and the Rapid Fire Cannon. This Lucian, even if they're over the mid-game power spike, still hits like a truck.
I mean, does, but hits who? Your options are Sashimi. If you auto Bussy General and Bussy is able to jump on you, will hurt, will slow you, will kill you. The razor wire.
If you're FFZ, you have to trust that Mad Chef and Hoarder are going to zone for your ADC there. They're built for it at this point.
That is fair. That is very fair. I just feel like the thin margin for error that you always have as an ADC is even thinner for Xerathi here, because there's like one target that you have safe access to in a fight that's not going to turn around and say, oh, it's you?
Yeah, however, if Potato pushes up like this, they might be in trouble. Getting hit by the Cyclone down, dissipated. The bot lane of Rat Legion has been invited to not. And with that, the Baron up in 15 seconds. That is almost guaranteed to be going over to FFZ once again. They're keeping this game in their clutches, despite the fact that the scaling is starting to work against them more and more here.
Yeah, Atreides and Hoarder have finally located the page on the book that they're doing group reading from. And the last 2 setups for these objectives, they have absolutely been reading their lines perfectly. And now we see Mad Chef just running in between the clone of Coach Ray, trying to keep everybody there. That is going to be the ultimate from Sashimi, but that is going to be the Baron taking over, and everybody's going to walk away. Going to be a non-contest on the Baron. And now we see the re-entry of everyone from FFZ with only base, well, actually 2 of the 3 inhibitor and the base towers available for Rat Legion. I think it's time. You have to say it's time for if you're Rat Legion right now.
Yeah, you have to start finding openings for Rat Legion. It is problematic though. The Jack's completely irrelevant to this game. Down a full item on the Malphite. Only has 2 at this point. Everyone else in the game, even the supports, have 2 items as well. So it feels really, really awful to be Bussy General right now. The Kayle at least has 4 fully completed items, but still, you need more from your Split Pusher if you're going to push back on the pressure that a Baron-empowered team can have.
Yeah, I agree, but the other big, super important thing is if you don't stop them, they're going to have all this pressure when the Elder Drake comes up, and if you do stop them, they're still just going to fight you at Elder Drake.
Yeah, absolutely. It is. You mentioned it earlier for FFZ and for Xerathi, but for Rat Legion now, you're on a bit of a razor wire. You have to find your victory as Potato Ogretan forced to use the stopwatch very early without a major fight breaking out. That is,
but that's gonna be
again,
the tower, too.
not what you want to see.
Tower, and Inhibitor look like going down in the bot lane there. Mad Chef not maybe a little worried now. Even
Gets
if
the three-man
my
knockup
God
with the
goes back
unstoppable
in.
force, though.
Gratin is going to have to be intervened on in order to survive. Zerathai is going to be able to get the kill on the other side. Now we see Bussy stuck between the rest of the team, going to get deleted. That's going to be a double kill for Zerathai and the Inhibitor, as now the rest of the team is into the base. That's going to be the Cyclone, but it's going to be escaped as Hoarder's going to get out. Gratin is barely going to live, and that's going to be another tower taken, as it looks like FFZ is going to be able to end this game. Yeah, 35 minutes. It hit 35 minutes. But Jax was dead, and yeah, they ended the game before the scaling. FFZ knew what they were doing.
I don't know that they ended it before the scaling rod, but they ended it quickly enough and effectively enough to be able to render the scaling irrelevant. Feels very good if you're FFZ to be able to compensate for the fact that you aren't as far ahead as you need to be. But there's also a whole lot of weakness. We didn't see them working together as well as we have in the past. We didn't see them as dominant in the early game as we have before. We didn't see TSM Hoarder, despite having the lead, be the standout solo carry that we've seen from them before. So there are weaknesses in the FFZ armor that Rat Legion can try and take advantage of if they want to turn this series around in Game 2.
There are, but in the you gotta scratch a little bit to see what's really under the surface. It looked like Coach Ray had a bad game, 1-6-10. Coach Ray did 1,000 damage per minute. Coach Ray was deleting and then just not getting credit for the kill.
Well, you saw how quickly Coach Ray was cutting through the ADC and support combo of Red Strike and Potato Wall Gratin there.
Yeah, it's just one of those things where sometimes you don't get, like, the initial scoreline you look at doesn't reflect what you're doing. But yeah, Coach Ray put in a stupid amount of work especially for the scoreline, for their personal scoreline to look like that. Not that the rest of the team didn't do well, basically from about 17 minutes onward, 22 minutes onward, basically. But yeah, it's just, I just wanted to shout out Coach Ray, because someone's gonna look and be like, you had a 1.8 KDA. The rest of your team, no one had under 3. What were you doing? And it's like, carrying.
Well, we'll have to see. The rest of the series is upon us. The teams are prepping for Game 2. So we're going to step aside for just a moment. And when we come back, draft for Game 2. Does FFZ continue their streak, try to push this to the deciding game? Or can Rat Legion make this an effective best of 3 to determine who takes the first final spot? We'll have all the answers right here, so don't go anywhere, folks.
are back. Game 2, Fantastic Four and Zerathai versus Rat Legion after that win for FFZ. A little unexpected, but very well done. I'm not going to lie. I thought Rat Legion was going to eventually turn that around. But we are into the pick and draft. We have the Ivern ban, the LeBlanc ban for FFZ. Rat Legion are going to ban the Evelyn and the Seraphine.
If I'm Rat Legion here, I'm a bit confused as to why I'm spending time banning out jungle champions. Because, yes, Hoarder didn't look quite as clean on the Wukong, but I'm still not convinced that there is a meaningful difference in what your team has to do between the Wukong and something a bit more carry-focused like the Evelyn, like the Nidalee, that we saw be such incredible threats in the regular season. I feel like those bans would be better spent elsewhere, trying to chip away at the support staff for FFZ. The laners who have, while they've played well, haven't been perfect, have shown a bit more weakness than Hoarder has.
Yes, I 100% agree. That said, we do see the Melio coming in from FFZ. Rat Legion are going to lock in Tristana and Nautilus, likely bot lane, but Tristana can go mid. And it is not like a, ooh, this is a super spicy, crazy pick. Like, no, it is meta-ish to go mid. So keep that in mind. Are we? We
I'm
are
okay
going to
with it in
get
this
the
case.
signature Zerathai Ezreal coming
Again, I'm
in.
genuinely okay with this here. I think if you're FFZ, you like this lane. Because not only is it the Ezreal that Zerathai has played well on, but it's incredibly safe. It makes it next to impossible for Tristana Nautilus to engage. And with the Ultra Mega Fire Kick from the Melio, even if they do get on you, they're instantly knocked off. This allows you to scale and takes away a lot of the pressure that Tristana Nautilus has in the early game, a lot of what that lane needs to do to get ahead. I'm okay with this.
I mean, you're not wrong with the disengage, with the tools that are available for Zerathai there. So yeah, I can see it going well. I can see it going well. And I am no longer doubting Zerathai on Ezreal. That's the best way I can put that. I will trust Zerathai until they give me a reason to not trust them. But we do get a kindred pick for FFZ, and it's going to be the Gragas coming in for Rat Legion. Nico's going to be banned by FFZ. Rat Legion going to ban that Malphite, not wanting to deal with that giant rock anymore. Somebody lock in Talia. That would just be great. But what? Did we lose a ban?
Nope, we appear to have gotten all of our bans so far. Remember that on the second round, red side moves first for bans.
Yeah, I might have gotten myself crossed up a little bit, but Rat Legion are going to ban the Silas away from presumably Coach Ray. And we are down to our last FFZ ban. It is going to be the Annie. So we are probably going to see solo laners here coming in the second round to pick.
Yeah, unless we see something incredibly spicy like a Kindred in lane, which would be entirely out of character for FFZ. But for Rat Legion, this Gragas could be going into the top lane, and likely will, as the Rammus is locked in for Sashimi Senpai. Looking at 2 ADCs on the FFZ side, I do like this pickup here, but it means that right now your team is all engaged and no damage outside of the Tristana. You need to see something that is a hyper carry in the mid lane to roll this team out.
I mean, one, Tristana's all the damage you need if you do it right, but
ooh, that's a spicy take.
Ooh, we are gonna get the Rumble either way. FFZ said we're gonna double triple down on damage.
Now, Rumble has been changed recently, and I did miss this patch at first, which is why I was so surprised seeing this Rumble picked up in the Optimal Championship League last night. Another org that I casted. No way we're getting the Fizz for Coach Ray. They're pulling out all the stops here with a 1-game advantage in semifinals. But as they're hovering and thinking on that, the Rumble, his overheat mechanic has been changed as the Fizz does get locked in. No longer overheating at 100, now overheats at 150, so there's even more range for the Rumble to play with regards to having those boosted abilities. So for the Rumble, feels a little bit more powerful, feels more able to trade and pump out damage in lane without worrying about overheating. Could do pretty alright into this Gragas in the top side. I am curious though, what is Rat Legion going to lock in to round out the comp? Of course it's a Yasuo.
Yasuo.
Why not?
I mean, I actually really like that from Rat Legion because FFZ literally just went 4 damage dealers and a support with very little utility. I don't like that at all. As we all know, utility is my secret wife. I wasn't supposed to tell everyone, but yes, me and utility have actually been married for almost 8 years. Just I am very confused with FFZ's draft because of the lack of who keeps them from walking out. Do you have ideas, Aulz? Who keeps them in one place?
Yeah, I do not necessarily have an answer for you here. However, I think the idea from FFZ is that you're not playing for team fights. You're playing for skirmishes, you're playing for picks, you're playing to cause chaos. If you take a 5v5 team fight, you're not going to win. Which is why, unless you absolutely have to take it, you avoid 5v5s. You pick people in transition, you find people in the side lanes, you out-rotate Rat Legion here. That's going to be their goal. Is my prediction based off this draft, unless we see something absolutely unhinged like a tank Fizz.
Oh, I didn't even think about that, but now I want it. Thank you for telling me about something else that I didn't even know I needed, and now I can't have
it. I don't think you want that. I don't think anybody wants that.
Oh, I was a big fan of the Tank Zodia Fizz, Tank Zodia Echo in the top lane, okay? I enjoyed playing those because deep down, I'm a terrible person, and I'm okay with that. I miss the Frozen, or excuse me, the Iceborne Gauntlet, Blade of the Rune King, basically assassin mage, you know, Diana, Fizz, Echo, Silas, and then you just laugh at people. I miss that.
Okay, I will admit, I am a degenerate. I like to play Grasp of the Undying, Heartsteel, Teemo, but you just take it to another level, my friend. That is unhealthy.
Those were the evilest builds in the world. It was great because it was just like, you can't lock me down, you can't kill me, and I'm just going to hit you forever. It was great.
Yeah, fair enough.
It was terrible. I'm aware of, I understand why everyone hated those builds, but that is probably not going to be what Coach Ray does as well. But what? No, they're just goofing with me. There's no way Rat Legion has this set up in such a manner where they are going to take the Nautilus, Gragas, Rammus like that.
I do believe that they were slightly out of order in the lobby because I did see Red Strike in the first slot. Red Strike, of course, the Rat Legion support here in general. So unless this is some kind of absolute travesty of justice here, just bringing out the most unhinged team comp, I think it's just they were a little bit out of whack.
Okay, that also tracks. I'm okay with that as well. I was just really, really worried for a second that we were going to see the just absolute chaos of a comp with the Tristana Yasuo bot lane, which would be fun to watch. Definitely is not what I would think is the best option available.
Not by any stretch of the imagination. Well, final thoughts here before we step aside as the teams load into Game 2, Rod.
My final thought is I don't like FFZ's comp, and I understand what you're saying. They're looking to basically, be guerrilla warfare and what have you, but just the nature of how all these games wind up, I don't like it at all. That said, Rat Legion has 2.5 champions that may never deal damage, like might actually do negative damage. So yeah, but they're really good at what you need to do, which is locking down Rumble, Kindred, Fizz, Ezreal. I don't like what FFZ did. That's my official statement.
Well, we'll have to see, can FFZ play to the strengths of this unusual team comp, or will they be defeated front to back by the more standard comp of Rat Legion? Both these teams, once again, looking to punch their ticket to the Season 14 Finals and take the first slot in that match. We will have the answers here in just a couple of minutes when these teams get onto the Rift, but until then, we will step aside. Do not go anywhere, folks. We'll have more action for you here in just a moment.
All right, and here we are, game two, Fantastic Four and Zerathai versus Rat Legion. We do see Rat Legion again looking to get a little feisty, putting 5 people in the top side. Maybe going to be able to catch out Mad Chef. Last time they got a little damage, but not a lot of work. But Mad Chef is going to try. Oh, he's going to get out of the bush and not going to get hooked. So going to spot them on the little invade adventure, but they are not going to get far this time and not going to continue as they are going to back out. No deep wards available.
Yeah, no, this is a win for Fantastic Four here. Not only did you see most of the 5 members, but you also know that you're not going to see any vision in deep. We will have to fix the scoreboard here as everybody's out of place, but we'll get that fixed shortly. It just feels like that time Rat Legion just wasn't quite on the same page.
Yeah, the hook from Red Strike came out a little late, but he also wasn't the first person out the bush. And I don't know if maybe they didn't recognize that Mad Chef was escaping or what, but they are able to survive. Gonna be fine. No harm, no foul, just a little bit of mana lost. And it's already been regained. So everybody's good to go. But we do see in the immediate, it is going to be Bussy General with the grasp, not going for any sort of poke from the keystone there. From the
Yeah,
ooh,
I'm
it
okay
gets a
with
very
this.
nice grasp proc.
Yeah, I'm okay with this grasp being taken here into the Rumble, who's going to want to fight you face to face, fist to fist anyway. You're going to be getting a lot of those stacks off, so it helps keep those trades in your favor, adds a little bit of extra damage, while also keeping you a little bit healthier. I think this is a good call from Bussy General to pivot away from the more standard Comet or Phase Rush that keeps the Gragas so safe in less positive lanes.
But on top of which, the W plus grasp, he's getting so much health back. This is actually brilliant. Like, I didn't know. That's the best way I could put it. I didn't know.
Yeah,
It's literally out sustaining.
I'm curious to see to what extent this continues once Mad Chef hits the level 3, which they have just hit, has the Scrap Shield, is able to really rotate through spells more freely, because that will help mitigate some of this damage, although if you mistime it like that, it doesn't help a whole lot.
Absolutely. And we are having another game where we are focusing on this top lane that has just decided to fight. Ooh. Wow. Yeah, already popped off of Mad Chef there. Is that shield, I forget what it's called. Most of the time people don't take it, but the mastery shield.
Yep, that's
Come
the
on,
one.
Aulz. You know what it's called? Come on. Please help me here. I can't remember what it's called.
Well, we'll check for you here. It's Nullifying Orb.
There we go. That is going to be Au Gratin jumping in onto Zerathai. Is going to get the exhaust down as well as the full attacks, but Zerathai is going to mostly be safe. So that is a summoner spell for 30% of your health.
I think you're okay with that if you're Zerathai,
trade.
yeah. No reason to particularly mind that. Welcome to the party, Risen Esports. We're glad to have you here in Game 2 of this semi-final matchup between FFZ and Rat Legion. Sashimi Senpai getting the taunt under the turret. Zerathai has to be careful how much they auto-attack here as Sashimi putting some serious damage back, but Coach Ray very deep, trying to find out. First blood will be taken by the Fizz. There are 4 members of each team here. Potato Au Gratin very low, as well as Hoarder tries to get in deep, tries to find that kill. However, going low themselves, is exhausted, has been hit with that explosive charge, down under 200 health. But look at Potato, the health bar so low, the Tristana not going to do much, and the flash forward from Ray is enough to secure it. Hoarder very low, the flash over the wall from Mr. Krabs will be enough to secure that. However, it's a double kill for the Fizz, may be worse, a triple kill for Coach Ray, now 4-0 at 4.5 minutes, Rod. Are you ready to FF?
Yes. Okay, let's start here. Why did Potato stay? If you're not willing to turn around and auto-attack Hoarder when you have the bomb and Hoarder is CC'd, why would you come back later? Why? Why?
Pure greed, my friend. Pure
Someone
greed.
explain this to me. And then, after all of that, why did they go in one by one? What Who? I that makes me sad.
Yeah, the cartoon bad guy team design of Rat Legion there is a little bit baffling, and it feeds this Fizz so much gold. Already has the Lost Chapter, has a Blasting Wand as well. However, being ganked by 3, Coach Ray may be in trouble, has no flash, has no way out, will get stunned up, knocked up,
Ooh.
locked up, and shut down by the Yasuo.
And a chunk of gold goes back to Mr. Krabs now, as we are going to see some swings, I guess. There was also a plate taken in the bot lane by Potato Au Gratin. And there is already that Bramble Vest coming in for Sashimi, making sure that if you get taunted, you will deal more damage. Oh, that was the other thing. Sashimi with the dives, Zerathai like barely lived in that. That's what started the bad decision train for Rat Legion.
Yeah, and that was very close to being a successful dive. Zerathai was under 100 health at the start there, but early game Rammus just not quite enough to do it. Couldn't quite convert on that kill. So just disaster for Rat Legion on all sides. However, they did get the shutdown back, and it did go on to the Yasuo here, Rod. So not all is lost.
Yes, but we do have level 6s coming in with those first item components as well. Mad Chef getting on the Bussy General and dealing a chunk of damage. You were not wrong that the Rumble may hurt a little bit more now once these levels come in, but Red Strike might be caught out, is going to get hit by Hoarder, but just going to walk away. Is going to use that anchor toss to leave. None of it knocked back, by the fake meep.
The Ultra Mega Fire Kick, I believe.
Yeah, but those things are just fake meeps. They're bootleg meeps.
Yeah, fair enough. Can't argue too hard with that. However, Rod, look at the vision line that FFZ has set up around this Drake. They have complete control over the river here. They'll know any time a Rat Legion member walks in or walks out. So it's going to be very dangerous to come down to this bot side for Sashimi Senpai. And with all these numbers, that bot lane's in trouble here. Tristana and Nautilus may find themselves dead once again, despite the level 6 on the Tristana.
Tristana is going to be able to use the Buster Shot, though, to knock a couple members out. Red Strike is going to survive. Tristana, though, is going to get hit and go down. Atreides is going to die, or excuse me, take one of the kills. Potato Au Gratin was killed by... Wait.
Potato Au Gratin was killed by the auto attack from Atreides from deep, deep downtown, courtesy of the Cozy Campfire there.
Ah.
Porter maybe in a little bit of trouble here. Has the ultimate available and will be forced to use it after picking up Sashimi Senpai, but I don't think there's any way out for the Kindred. Mr. Krabs locking them up once again. We'll take another kill. Our Rod, it's 7-3. The Assassins are scaling hard for FFZ.
They are? Did he get the mark?
The Kindred is currently sitting on 2 marks.
I don't think he got the mark he was going deep for. Okay. That is small victories, as it looks like it's going to be the Dragon being taken there by Rat Legion. They are onto it, and no one on the side of FFZ is looking to answer, as the jungler is just respawning. Going to be, I think, a trade of Dragon for Rift Herald, though, as the Rift Herald is being pinged out by Hoarder. There's going to be the equalizer, but that's not going to be enough to kill Bussy General. I think that's just to push in the wave, allow for Mad Chef to get off a solid back. Mad Chef, again, up 20 CS or close to it there in that top lane.
Yeah, Mad Chef has just outplayed Bussy pretty hard in these early games, which is surprising because we've seen good play from Bussy General throughout the first half of the season. So good on Mad Chef there, despite the relatively high pings coming across the Pacific Ocean, doing a great job there. We are seeing, despite the kills, slightly less lane priority from Coach Ray, down about 10 CS. So keeping that afloat with the kills, but it's not nearly the pressure that we saw out of the Nico in Game 1.
I mean, I would assume that's to be expected. The difference in both wave clear and desired playstyle from a Fizz to a Nico is high. We do see the rotation of Potato Au Gratin and Red Strike into this mid lane, but that Rift Herald is already taken, and we have TSM Hoarder maybe looking to go. Oh no, he was just taking the Scuttle Crab. Not going to immediately go top and drop it, but we have Mr. Krabs going up top to match Mad
I don't like
Chef.
this for
Oh,
Atreides.
the hook
Atreides
is
is in
going to
trouble
land.
here.
Is going to be able to get out with that speed up, but did have to use the flash as well. Not going to be a good time. And we have Sashimi and Mr. Krabs onto Mad Chef. Mad Chef does not have the ultimate, does not have anything else, does not have his life. Porter is going to come back, but not going to be able to get the kill. And he's going to take a tower shot and may go down, barely able to dodge out from that tornado. Now looking to see if he can catch Sashimi between the two towers, but Sashimi is just too fast. Rolling on by Coach Ray up here in the top lane now, but very well played from Rat Legion. And now we see the bot lane coming in. They're able to land the hook onto Coach Ray. Coach Ray is going to be exhausted, but may be able to get away. Going to have to use his flash as well.
Yeah, but I don't think
he's going to use the Chum the Waters.
Atreides and Zerathai are on the way. Coach Ray already takes out one. Will be looking to take out two as Mr. Krabs going low very quickly here.
Gonna be
One
forced
more
to flash.
auto will do
Gonna
it.
go down.
Yes. Potato Au Gratin now cut off by Mad Chef with the teleport is going to be dove by all five. The Lamb's Respite is available and will be used. That's a clean dive and a 3 for 0 off the back of Mad Chef's death.
What just happened?
That was greed from Rat Legion, plain and simple. We saw it from FFZ in Game 1, but this time, it's Rat Legion that doesn't respect the fact that FFZ has members on the map not seen on vision. They don't know where Atreides and Zerathai are, and more importantly, they don't respect the damage coming out of a 4-1 Fizz. Coach Ray is very fed.
Red Strike basically disappeared after that Chum in the Waters, had no chance of anything. But why didn't they drop the Rift Herald there?
Seems like a missed opportunity. Potentially, Hoarder wants to hold on to it just a bit longer, wanted to get the faster back off with it. We'll still have the chance to drop it here and use it for Mad Chef instead of Zerathai, keeping the Rumble intact and strong here, able to layer that equalizer over top of any team fights that do happen despite FFZ's best intentions.
I mean, but the Tristana is eating this bot lane tower.
Yeah, she certainly is, but look at where Hoarder is. Going to find Bussy General here, going to try and chunk him out prior to this wave being brought in by Mad Chef. If they drop the Rift Herald now, they have it taken easily. And that's exactly what they're going to do, in fact.
And Coach Ray's rotating up as well.
Bussy
they're going to have the numbers
trouble.
advantage.
Yeah, they're going to have to sacrifice this very quickly. So that's a lot of gold in the pockets of these carries here for FFZ. And it draws the attention of Tristana and Nautilus. Look at the minimap. They're in the mid lane now because the Yasuo had to rotate up. So that bot turret not under any threat either.
FFZ playing the map. Playing the map.
That's all you got to do. Play the map.
You know, you would think it would, if we all could make it look this easy, maybe we'd all wouldn't have mean things to say about this game sometimes. But we do have the second dragon coming up now. The first dragon was the Cloud, and it is looking like it's going to be an ocean real quick. What do you think is going to be our soul for this one?
Always love a Hex Tech, Drake. The power that the portals give to get around the map for these teams, to get back out onto the field after backs is unparalleled. And the layering of that Hex Tech soul on top of Static Shiv just feels so good for ADCs. So I wouldn't be surprised to see that taken. As Red Strike in a bit of trouble here, even if they can use that depth charge defensively, this is probably going to be a bad fight for Rat Legion. Simi Senpai forced to use the ultimate defensively, and Coach Ray on the backside is going to find Sashimi with the charge, forced to use that stopwatch. However, it's a free kill, and without the jungler available, this should be an Ocean Drake in the pockets.
Mad Chef is on the backside. Mad Chef's on the backside. That is going to be the equalizer dropped on Potato Au Gratin, but no one is over there with Mad Chef, forced to flash away. It looks like it's still going to be the dragon, but it did cost a little more than I thought coming out from FFZ. That said,
unnecessary
Fed Fizz
from Mad
Fed
Chef,
Fizz.
but Fizz is very fed. Fizz is working on that Zanya's Hourglass so they can continue to make completely int plays like that work. Coach Ray is feeling good, feeling froggy, and has to be feeling great that for once they're not on an instigator, they're on a carry champion.
Yeah, and playing like wants to stay on damage champions for sure. As now we see Hoarder taking away lots of things from Shishimi, is up 30 something CS, as well as 3, 2, and 7 on this Kindred. Uh,
This
I
is a
don't
much
want
better
to
early
be
game FFZ.
mean.
This is a much better
I,
early game FFZ than we saw last game. This feels like
that
the FFZ that we saw in the regular season.
yes, yes, it does. Uh, I don't want to be mean, but this the chum the waters hits, but it is going to be very well buffered rocket jump from Potato Au Gratin. It's going to keep him safe, but that's going to force. It still takes 40% of his health.
Yeah, that is a
Mm.
measure of how fed the Fizz is at this point, able to just delete the health bar of the Tristana just with the one long-range spell in the kit. That being said, this is a very deep invade from FFZ, trying to find those stacks for Hoarder. They are going to get it. However, we do see the collapse coming out from Rat Legion. They have to be careful not to overextend here, despite the pressure and advantages they have.
But the damage on Bussy coming out from TSM Hoarder, very, very effective.
Oh, Atreides.
Oh
Oh,
no, come on, buddy.
Atreides. That was greedy.
Is going to go down. It is going to be a Kimtech Soul. I think we mentioned it earlier, but maybe not after those fights. And yes, Atreides twice being caught, and that's going to cost his team the Rift Herald. Very, very greedy back.
This isn't going to be
Not
the fastest
helping.
Rift Herald on Earth. It did reset at least once. Perhaps Mad Chef looking to try
Ooh,
and steal
there's
it
the
with
equalizer.
this equalizer, which will do a fair bit of damage, but not nearly enough to chase this team off of the Herald. So they will have that. They will have the chance to break open, most likely this mid-tier 1, try and get an extra opening for the vision line here, try and get some more contestation around these neutral objectives. Outside that,
Yeah,
though, the rest of the map still looking pretty okay for FFC. Feels like they're in good shape as Atreides nearly caught once again. Ooh,
Oh,
boy.
he is not properly positioned today. That's the best way to put it. Rift Herald is going to be dropped in the mid lane. That is going to be Bussy walking in, going to use the Everfrost Hoarder on the backside, trying to get on to anyone. Is going to get knocked up by the last breath. Going to use the Lamb's Respite. Is not going to get knocked out. Now trying to live. Is going to finally go down, but it's not before the kills in the backside. Coach Ray is going to take one, as well as Zerathai taking another. Au Gratin trying to survive, as that's going to be a double kill for Zerathai, as it is a 4-4-1.
Yeah, they got Hoarder there.
FFZ.
They sure got Hoarder,
Yeah.
but they used everything they had on him. Coach Ray able to disrupt the backside. Mad Chef able to layer the damage there. And Zerathai free firing from the backside, untouched in that fight. Yes, Rat Legion has the better teamfight team, but they have to use their abilities properly. They can't just throw it all out like that.
Au Gratin is looking to jump in, taking a lot of damage. Mad Chef is not going to go down. Is going to finally go down. Was saved by that nullifying orb for long enough. Zerathai able to get a return kill, but that may be worth. I don't know.
Not particularly.
Answer me.
Mad Chef's was 0-1-5, now 0-2-5. Sure, you take the Rumble off the map for a little bit, but you're putting more gold into this Ezreal's pocket. Ezreal does get better with gold and time, like a fine wine. So for Zerathai, you're okay with that. You don't mind the Tristana inting for a little bit of gold because you know that you will be stronger in the long run.
Yeah, that's a 3-0-7 Ezreal. Already has Trinity Force, working on the second item. So, what does Rat Legion need to do? What is the correct answer here? Because there's a Fed Fizz, and I've played against a Fed Fizz. I don't know what the answer to that is. And that's a Chum the Waters, and is going to hit Au Gratin. Au Gratin is going to be able to hop away. It is going to be Coach Ray getting taunted. Is going to go golden. In the meantime, Hoarder is going to get locked up, knocked up, and killed. Coach Ray is trying to walk away. Zerathai is on the wrong side. There's going to be the equalizer coming in. Zerathai is stuck in the Dragon Pit. Does not quite have his jump quite yet. Is going to get taunted, and looks like it's going to go down. Well, I asked you, and Rat Legion answered by their actions. Said, no words, only kills.
Yeah, the correct response, by the way, was the same thing that we said in draft. Of if Rat Legion plays teamfights, like teamfights, they win. If they don't play team fights like humans, they lose. And we saw that 2 minutes ago in the previous team fight. We appear to be having some connection issues. We're going to step aside for just a moment while the teams figure this out. But when we come back, this game is a little bit closer than it may have any right to be. FFZ losing a little bit of their grasp after that team fight. Can Rat Legion bring it back? We'll have the answers. Don't go anywhere.
All right, all right. Mad Chef is back, is locked in. Does also have a Night Harvester, but added a Blighting Jewel to it. Apparently, buying things hurts his connection.
Hey man, the Sharks just had to attack the cable. That's all it is.
Had to be. But is back in the game, and we now have the resets coming in from everybody after that dragon and fight that coincided with the dragon take, as we see now some positioning going around this Baron. Second item comes in, finish for Zerathai is going to be the Mana Moon, almost already upgraded. How many stacks? It's 7 stacks on Hoarder. Eesh.
Yeah, the Kindred feeling pretty strong right now. 2.5 items, 7 stacks. That's where you want your Kindred to be at this point in the game.
Yeah, Hoarder has looked like the stronger jungler so far through the first 1.5 games, maybe.
Yeah, and admittedly, Sashimi Senpai on the Rammus, you don't need to be hyper ahead. You just need to be enough of a disruptor for your team to work around you. But letting Hoarder get out to an advantage like this is not what you want to see.
Yeah, I would imagine not at all. That said, we do have both mid laners in the bot lane. And honestly, I think that's got to be an advantage for Rat Legion if you pick a fight, because if the Fizz isn't there, there's nobody to force your ADC out of the fight, as we do see the top lane and jungle from FFZ looking to, I want to say invade, but they're at least getting deeper into this top lane, and they're going to try to get on the Bussy General. Bussy General is going to get slowed, is going to get equalized, is going to get toasted, roasted, and disappear from... He's going to land the Chum to Waters, but it's going to walk away. Zerathai trying to get on the Potato Argadon. Argadon is going to get away. That's going to be the teleport coming in from Mad Chef. He will have the equalizer here shortly. Trying to go fast. Is going to maybe get sped up by that campfire. I think it's a little out of range. Just a droplet out of range. And
just
that
a tiny bit out of range there.
I saw the arrow and I was like, oh yeah, the campfire is going to... Oh, wait, never mind. It's in the base.
I mean, it's still attached to him. It's still tethered. So clearly it's going to work out. But for FFZ, this is a little bit of the problem. If you spend too much effort on these picks and you don't pay attention to where the rest of the map is, you can find yourself in trouble. You can find yourself giving up picks at inopportune times. And right there, that was just a mistake from FFZ. You found Bussy, but at so much of a cost. Now Coach Ray's in trouble. Will be forced to use that Zani's Hourglass defensively, but still taunted up, locked down. That's 850 gold going into the pockets of this Yasuo, who is very fed at 8-3 and 3.
Dead. And that's a double kill for the Yasuo, yes. Coach Ray was just alone. Got caught greedy backing, dirty macking, and just straight up slacking, and winds up dead. But yeah, just alone, and the same for Atreides. I know you said they don't want a team fight, but maybe don't team fight together?
Yeah, it's fine to avoid team fights, but you still have to be intelligent about your gameplay and your positioning. And FFZ, a little bit too greedy, a little bit too in their heads right now. Has to pull it back, has to be a little bit more aware of where their abilities lie.
But this dragon is coming up. Hoarder is alone and is actually not going to get caught. He's going to hop away for a second as they're trying to step into this bot lane jungle, but it looks like they're just kind of actually worried, which makes sense. But FFZ not looking to do anything too scary, too uncautious.
Nothing too crazy here.
There's going to be the chum in the waters, but it is going to be Coach Ray is going to get caught with just about 3 different things. It is going to go golden to go on the other side. Shishimi is stuck in the backside and not going to get away. Groton is going to take down Matchup on the other way as the dragon is procced, but there is no jungler available, and Potato Groton is super low for Rat Legion, so it looks like it's going to be a Kim take dragon taken. Coach Ray, though, is almost going to get deleted there. Zerathai almost able to hit Red Strike and stop the back, but Dragon 1 for 1. Is that a good trade for FFZ? Like, I am genuinely asking at this point.
I think there are 2 things to consider there. First off, you kept the Baron from being relevant. They got 1 turret off of that Baron and a couple of kills from an overextension by Ray and Atreides. But overall, that Baron power play was not hyper effective. That's a win for FFZ. You kept the fight, which was a team fight, mind you, from going in favor of Rat Legion. That's a win for FFZ. And you kept the Drake Soul from being in play in the next 5 minutes. That's a win for FFZ. Overall, are they major wins? No, you'd like to see more kills. You'd like to see those low health bars be converted into gold for this blue squad. But considering what's happened over the past few minutes, that fight is absolutely in their favor. They're happy with that.
Understandable. That said, Mr. Krabs is now very, very big, does now have the Bloodthirster to go along with that. Gale Force and has another Vamp Scepter item. I wonder what that's going to be.
It's going to be Shield Bow.
I mean, yeah, but you just ruined the mystery.
Well, he just purchased it. I don't know what to tell you, man. It's in the item bar.
Fair enough. But yes, it does now have that shield bow. We do see 2 items for Shishimi. Now has the completed Thorn Mail. It does also have a lot of armor. A series with people with giant chunks of armor. That is going to be the Chum to Water Mist as Red Strike is going to go super low. Bussy is also going to take it super low. That is going to be the anchor toss that lands on the Coach Ray. Coach Ray is going to go golden. Mr. Krabs on the backside. Coach Ray is going to go down. Potato Groton is going to be able to get the kill. That is going to be a very big equalizer as Hoarder is going to stay in the Lamb's Respite, trying to stay alive, is going to go down though. Krabs is going to be able to get the kill, and everyone lives from Rat Legion.
Yeah, the health bars are low here, so they have to be a little bit aware of Zerathai chipping at them from the side, even as they make this push down the mid lane. Mr. Krabs, the only person with full health. Potato Agratan, though, cutting through that turret so rapidly. Can Mad Chef find anything? Survey says yes, 1's already dead, and 2 soon to follow.
But Mr. Krabs is going to be able to get onto Zerathai, and I don't know that Zerathai is going to be able to live that long. Atreides, though, running interference, going to go down as Potato Au Gratin is slow, but has already engaged in Tristana things, and Zerathai is going to go down as that is a dominating Yasuo with the Baron coming up in 23 seconds, being pinged out by the rest of Rat Legion. This feels like something about your chickens and roosting, coming home, nesting. One of those, if you play like you remember when you used to take tests and they used to give you like a list of words on one side and a list of phrases on the other, and you had to connect the right word with the phrase?
Sure.
Some of those go together, I promise, because it does feel like the inevitable conclusion to the we picked a no team fight comp and they picked a team fight comp is coming, and Coach Ray does chum the waters and then runs away as it's going to be the ultimate from Red Strike, is going to force out the flash from Coach Ray as well. Coach Ray has gotten ahead and then promptly gotten himself into every predicament you could possibly imagine, but that is going to be the equalizer going to be used. Coach Ray is going to go deep, is going to go golden. That's going to be Mad Chef getting a kill. Coach Ray trying to get onto the backside is not going to be able to get Au Gratin and is going to go down. Bussy General is going to be able to get the kill on the other side. Hoarder takes down Sashimi. And Zerathai trying to chase, or no, TSM Hoarder, excuse me, trying to chase down Mr. Krabs. Krabs is going to get taken low, does have a ton of healing, but that's not going to be enough. Zerathai is going to get that giant shutdown and double kill even. As Potato Au Gratin is going to be able to stay alive under tower. Mad Chef chases him, but that is too much.
Yeah,
and now it looks like that's going to be Baron.
Going to be Baron, absolutely here. Hoarder tanky enough with the Black Cleaver and the Triforce to be able to tank this while Zerathai does the damage. This is another win for FFZ. You like seeing this. You like seeing them take team fights and win them, making them disjointed, making them chaotic, because that's what they need to do. For Rat Legion, you have to keep it close. All 5 members need to stay in the same spot. Sashimi Senpai wandering all the way off to the Drake Pit trying to kill Hoarder. It's just unnecessary. You can't go that far. You need to stick with your team.
Yes, absolutely. And especially because the rest of the team is still trying to do damage to your team. Taking Hoarder that far away when Hoarder is going to be able to hop back in and you can't kill him is not going to solve the problem. But now we do have a dragon fight with the Baron on FFZ and a 4,000 gold lead for them as well. Maybe they're going to Baron fight, but they do see Mad Chef off the side. And he is going to get engaged on. That is going to be the rest of the team coming on as he's going to drop this equalizer. Looks like they're going to abandon the dragon and look for this mid lane push.
Yeah, FFZ making the smart call. You can't really contest into the team fighting comp on the other side. You have to try and find a little bit of gold of your own here. Hoarder and Coach Ray are going to try and buy time, buy space for Zerathai to cut through the health bars of the turret. However, Hoarder already locked up. The Lamb's Respite used very early. Will not be enough as Sashimi Senpai takes 2, takes 3 there. FFZ routed in the mid lane fight despite picking up that mid inner turret.
And Zerathai is going to get taunted, going to get knocked up, and is going to... Oh my god! Gets away, but I don't know if he's going to survive. Some chickens are going down.
Chickens will not have
with
quite
3.
enough.
Maybe not literally 3, but very, very close to 3 health. As now the Rumble is up, does not have the ultimate.
No, but with Mad Chef and Zerathai here, the Baron buff empowered minions should be enough to hold the base. That's a scary sentence when you have Baron buff and you're just holding the base. Potato Au Gratin going in deep, trying to find Mad Chef. They will likely get it. However, the health bars are getting low. Can Zerathai hold the base here? Sashimi Senpai is down. Mr. Krabs
gonna go down.
Very low as well. Can Zerathai hold this?
Down.
It may be
Zerathai
enough.
Is still alive.
Zerathai has bought enough time, and Zerathai has kept this game alive for FFZ. Hoarder now going to be able to do the rest of the job, getting the 1,000 gold shutdown on the Tristana, forcing away Bussy General. Rod, this is not how we expected this game to go. We did not expect the Ezreal to be saving this game for FFZ. It's 29-29. The gold lead effectively nothing at 32, 33 minutes here. It's anybody's game.
Yeah,
Yeah?
I cannot believe Zerathai, like, stayed alive for 3 kills. Like, my brain broke down. I don't understand. Like, I can't.
That was poor target selection from Rat Legion. Mad Chef is 2-8-8. The Rumble, not exactly a major threat when you're facing off against a 7-3. Now 10-3 Ezreal. You need to focus down the Ezreal. If their target selection had been correct, if they had taken down Zerathai first, I think that's game right there.
Yeah, I mean, literally saved the game for his team. I like, maybe it should be Zerathai and the Fantastic Four after that. I don't know how they're going to do that. But Coach Ray is going to be able to get away just barely. That is going to be the depth charge coming in from Red Strike, but Coach Ray is already very, very far away. That said, they have 1 tower, half a tower, on the Nexus available for FFZ as they try to make the next move, which, what is the next move for both teams, honestly?
Well, here's the thing, Rod. The two major neutral objectives are spawning within 5 seconds of each other. I think if you're FFZ, you're willing to give up Chemtech Soul here. I think you give up Chemtech Soul, take the Baron, and try to keep this game alive long enough to fight around Elder. So for FFZ, the modus for the next 90 seconds, stay alive. Don't let this Rat Legion squad push in too far. Keep the waves out far enough that you have pressure on the river to be able to try and keep this game alive. Doesn't look like they're doing a great job of that, though, as they are giving up the ground all the way to the base walls here in the mid lane.
Yeah, yes, 100% agree that they are not going to be able to clear this wave. But I don't. Do you think with the amount of healing that Mr. Krabs has, with two Guardian Angels, that maybe Rat Legion could even split the focus of what they choose to do here?
There's certainly that opportunity. However, it does look like both these teams are rearing for a fight. Bit of an odd situation. Red Strike is entirely caught out, though, forced to use the Depth Charge defensively. But Coach Ray already taking that one down. Sashimi will be the next to fall. Order still not dead as Mr. Krabs very low, very deep on the other side. Potato Ogre will manage to take out Ray. However, Mr. Krabs alone and separated from the team will be soon to follow. The flash keeping them alive for just a bit longer. Will it be enough? Survey says no as Order takes them down. Meanwhile, on the other side of the fight, Zerathai has managed to keep Bussy General and Potato Ogre very, very occupied. The health bar is very low. However,
moment.
Look at the base. Rod, the base is about to fall. There are two super minions in that base. What can FFZ do? They have to send someone back. Coach Ray's not respawning for 20 seconds. Mad Chef only now hitting the B button, but that turret is going to fall. The Nexus now being wailed upon. Can they keep this? The teleport coming in.
Bussy's gonna teleport.
Rat Legion wants to end this. Will Bussy General have enough? Mad Chef is the only one defending. The backs only now coming out, but it doesn't look like the Gragas has enough. The Gragas going golden, trying to stay alive long enough to take this next, but will not do it. Hoarder now on a rampage. However, FFZ has given up priority over this Drake. The Chemtech Soul will be Rat Legions. There is nothing that FFZ can do, but they're going to run for it anyway. They want to take this team fight. They want to try and end the game on a high note. The Drake's already dead.
It is a 5v4. There's no many teleports. They gotta pick this. They're gonna take the Baron fight, right? They gotta.
They have to. Coach Ray's buying time. They have to use this space. They have to take this Baron and try and win off of the pressure from that. But they have an exposed inhibitor and an exposed Nexus. If they don't take this fast enough, if they don't back as soon as this Baron falls, the game could be over. 6,000 health, 5,000 health goes the Baron. Sashimi Senpai is here to try and cause chaos. But look at the mid lane. The Yasuo, the Tristana pushing in deep. Sashimi Senpai will fall here to Coach Ray. The backs have completed. The Baron is taken. But will it be enough? The Rammus is dead. Coach Ray trying to continue to buy time, and it looks like they will survive. The Nexus not even threatened by Potato and Mr. Krabs, but Potato going in deep, trying to find something as Mr. Krabs deep as well with the last breath. Mad Chef will fall, but it does not matter as Potato is dead, Krabs is dead, and FFZ have saved the game once again, Rod.
Oh my god. Well, how? Why? How? Why?
I don't think I took a breath for that entire time.
I don't think you did either, which, you know, I would also have been holding my breath if I was on either team, because what in the world? One, Sashimi just bumps into Coach Ray trying to go for the Baron steal, and it stops his rollout.
Rod, I think FFZ wants to end the game. They have 20 seconds on the carries. They have all the marbles here, and they're just looking to force down the mid lane. I don't know if Rat Legion has enough to stop this. They're at least going to lose an inhibitor and even that up here in the mid lane. This is incredible, Rod.
Oh no, they're not going to push. They're going to leave, and they're going to take this bot lane tower as well. Mad Chef is going to be up in a second. Does have teleport. Does have equalizer again. We do see Coach Ray as well hanging out, looking to maybe get a chum the waters, but you know. Hopefully
Red
on
Strike's
somebody
very low.
they like
they can't take this fight. However, Order is a little bit caught out. The Guardian Angel will be popped very early. The Lamb's Respite still available. Huge equalizer over the top. Health bars melting for Rat Legion. The Lamb's Respite keeping everybody alive so far. However, Sashimi Senpai is going to be the first to fall. The Nautilus not far behind. Coach Ray continuing to cause chaos in the front line despite going low, despite falling. Mad Chef is dead, but so is Mr. Krabs here. It's just Bussy and Potato, and that's not going to be enough. The Gragas trying to stay alive, trying to keep this game close. Zerathai very, very close with that. The ultimate will do it over the top. It's just the Tristana left. There's 40 seconds on the death timers, and Rod FFZ from behind, from nothing, will be able to come back and take this game. It seemed like they had nothing, but with Potato falling here, with the Nexus turrets falling, that will be game. FFZ goes up 2-0 in this first semifinal. Yeah, that's about how I feel, Rod.
I've been at a loss for words for like 4 minutes. I don't understand. Like, my brain is not processing the things that I have seen. This is horrors beyond human comprehension. And some of them were just equalizers that hit everyone and no one moved with no CC. I don't understand. If you are on the Bernie bits, why don't you get off the Bernie bits? They don't have anything to keep you there. They don't have anything to keep you there. I don't understand.
Well, Rod, I think it is time for us to take a breather so that I can go find something to calm my throat after that ridiculous last 3, 4, 5 minutes to end that game, and so that we can get prepped for game number 3 here as Rat Legion looks to try and find the reverse sweep. FFZ looking to close this out, 1 win away from stamping their ticket to the BTL Season 14 Finals. We'll have the action right here. We'll be right back.
All right, we are back for Game 3, Rat Legion versus FFZ. Rat Legion up 2-0, and we will find out if they can keep getting away with it. Or excuse me, FFZ up 2-0, and we'll find out if they keep getting away with it, or if Rat Legion is going to put a win on the board, as we have an Evelyn ban, a Kindred ban for Rat Legion. On the other side, FFZ is going to ban out the Ivern, and they're going to ban out the actual rat. I like that. Just for symmetry's sake, banning the Twitch, and they're gonna ban the Melio for Rat Legion, which is, I think, a good ban. Melio was very useful last game.
Yeah, I think Familio has been consistently solid for Atreides here. I still don't love the syncing of bans into Hoarder. I think the Wukong was just as effective and just as important for playmaking as the Kindred was in Game 2. I think both champions were very, very efficient and very, very effective for Hoarder. So I'd like to see Rat Legion pivot away from that and try and focus down one of the other members of the FFC roster. That being said, this is the choice that they're making, and I guess I gotta give them props for sticking to it. This Maokai Flex for Blue 1, how do you feel about that? Is this a champion that deserves to be this high priority, even if it is a flex pick?
I think yes. I mean, Maokai is good whenever, wherever, is the best way I can put it. Like, you're never not happy for a Maokai. I mean, you make a good point, though. Is it something that needs to be first pick? I don't know, but it's never not useful. But we do have the Seraphine Nautilus locked in for FFZ. I assume that means that Coach Ray, despite looking really good on the Fizz, is now going to be back onto a helper buddy in the mid lane.
It's entirely possible. Or it could be that this is a Seraphine Nautilus bot lane. We've seen the Seraphine floated by Zerathai before. I would be perfectly fine with seeing it here. Why not? Throw out some chaos here.
I mean, at this point, considering last game's draft, I assume they can just pick whatever and something's going to happen. But we do see the Tristana coming in from Rat Legion, and they're going to lock in the Rumble as well. The original Lovers duo. For those of you who don't know, Rumble has a super crush on Tristana. Ping, ping, some old lore for you. But, yeah, I do like Seraphine Nautilus together.
Similar question then. What's the name of Rumble's mech?
I actually don't remember.
This should be easy for you. You just said it. The mech is Tristy. Because he's into Tristana.
Oh, yeah, that is true. That makes sense. That's a little weird, actually, when you think about it.
Oh, yeah, it's incredibly creepy, but, like, good for him, I guess, you know? Sticking to his guns.
Very, very weird. But, yes, we do get the Graves locked in for FFZ, and that's a lot of utility to go with the Graves.
Yeah, and this is a Graves that Hoarder has played quite well in the past.
Yes.
Which is, again, this is the downside of trying to ban out Hoarder, is the champion pool has just been so efficient from top to bottom that I don't love wasting bans on him. I think Hoarder is going to continue to be a threat no matter what you do, so Rat Legion needs to draft in a way to help support Sashimi Senpai a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, I agree entirely. Either that, or, I mean, for lack of a better way to put it, they have to do something different in top lane. I understand that the Rumble is something different, but
yeah, that could be Rumble mid.
That's true. That is true. They need to do something differenter around their top lane, because there's a lot of not winning that's been happening up there. The inverse of winning, in fact. But we do get a Rel and a Blitzcrank ban coming out from FFZ. It is going to be a Malphite ban. So you picked Rumble Maokai and you ban Malphite. So maybe you are right that it's a Rumble mid. And they ban Mordekaiser. I'm starting to agree with you here.
It's entirely possible, although with this much flex potential in the Rat Legion draft, it's hard to make any predictions. Because we could see the Tristana mid, we could see the Maokai top, we could see the Maokai support, we could see the Rumble support. The Electro Harpoon is an incredibly powerful ability, pretty much able to be spammed non-stop if you want to have a poke bot lane. So FFZ going in a little bit blind here, as we do see what looks to be the Nico picked back up for Coach Ray here for FFZ, which does more or less lock in this as being a Seraphine Nautilus bot lane for Zerathai and Atreides.
Unless it's a Graves top
That's
and a
also technically
Nico
possible. This
jungle.
does look to be a Maokai support here, Rod, as we see Jack's Fiddlesticks locked in. It's pretty much impossible to picture Fiddlesticks going anywhere but the jungle, and Jack's so much stronger in that top lane. So this has been a whole topsy-turvy draft for Rat Legion, and will be finished off by FFZ with look to be the Cassante for a moment there. Still incredibly strong despite so many weeks of being untouched in pro play. Will be locked in here, remaining powerful. How are you feeling about this one, Rod?
So, I think I've said this like 3 different times, or this is the 3rd time, that I like Rat Legion's draft, but I'm just going to go with I like Rat Legion's draft in theory at this point, because every time I like it, something crazy happens, and then 2 more crazy things happen, and then they lose. I mean, I see the vision, right? Like, I understand and see the vision for what they're trying to do. On the other side for FFZ, I also see the vision, and this is a way more sensical draft than we saw last time. But yeah, I still like Rat Legion's comp, but I haven't seen enough execution for them to trust them with it anymore. I shouldn't even say enough execution. I have seen so many pratfalls from them after probably okay execution that I worry. This is like the guy who shoots like 4 out of 6, right? But the other 2 he puts in each of his feet.
I don't even know if those are in his feet at this point. They're in the second tier of the seats at this point, Rod.
Fair enough.
Dude's
Fair
bouncing
enough.
off the backboard and shooting into space. But you're right. Rat Legion, up until the last 2-3 fights of that game 2, they had brought it back. FFZ won the early game so hard and then fell apart through the mid game. Rat Legion was finding win after win after win, and they couldn't finish the job. The hope is there. You can see the possibilities, and I don't doubt that if Rat Legion brings it back and centers themselves once again, that they could take this to a 4 or 5 game series. But right now, through 2 games, I don't think that they are necessarily the better team.
Yeah, I hate to say it like this. I don't trust them. I don't trust them to get it done at this point where I'm like, I just need a little bit more. Just need a little bit more from Rat Legion to truly believe that they're going to handle it. But I think this is a comp that you can handle it with. It's a hard comp to mess up. Is kind of what I feel like, right? Like everything makes sense. Everything goes together. This should be fun, easy times for how to win. You know, just we group up, we all press our buttons at the same time. We don't let them hit Tristana.
End of story.
Win.
In theory.
Like that seems to be the easiest path, and yet, I want to believe. I want to believe, but I've been hurt so many times.
Yeah. And
that said, on the other side, I mean, Graves with 4 people who provide CC, and with how strong TSM has been just in general over the last two games. Um, yeah,
I
yeah,
think
that's a worry.
I think the other part of my major concern is that we've seen some of these matchups before. Not directly, as this is locked in as a Fiddlesticks support. That's a decision. Choices are made there, Rod. We'll have to see how Red Strike can pilot that. I'm not sure that that's necessarily a standard decision to put the Fiddlesticks in a support, but we'll see. But this Jax, we saw that in game one. Bussy General had 3 backs in a row where they didn't have enough gold for the Sheen. The Sheen that absolutely determines how Jax lanes. Mr. Krabs in the mid lane against the Nico on a melee champion. Game 1, it was the Kale. This time it's the Rumble. Has a little bit more pressure in the early game, but Coach Ray was able to put the spacing on with the Nico such that it wasn't ever under threat, and such that they got a huge advantage in the early game. We just need to see better execution from Rat Legion here, just top to
I
bottom.
I I agree, 100% agree. But we will find out if it exists or not in a little bit. Question mark.
Yeah, we're going to step aside for just a couple of moments, let these teams load onto the Rift for game number 3. FFZ needs only a single victory to punch their ticket to the finals here to face off against the winner of tomorrow's matchup between Knights of Ishtar and DPS. Rat Legion needs to bring it back to a game 5, needs a reverse sweep to keep their hopes alive in BTL Season 14. But the show's not over yet. The action is still yet to come. We're going to step aside, but when we come back, game number 3. The fun's not over yet.
All right. We are here. Game 3, FFZ, Rat Legion. Not in that order, though. Rat Legion's on the blue side, and we see Rat Legion now looking to try to go through the bot side for a little bit of invade. See if they can find something more fun.
Yeah, it looks
Maybe
like
not.
they.
They are.
Yeah, they're gonna give this one up, which I think is right. Into a Nautilus, into a Seraphine. You get locked up, you get knocked down. Very, very dangerous early.
That is fair. Unless they're going to try a late invade, maybe. They are still 4 stacked right here on this bush. I am a little curious what their ideas are.
I think it's an attempt
Very
at a counter
curious.
invade from the Nautilus, but not going to happen from FFC. They've learned from the Grand Sweeper incident of Week 3. They're not going to wander into the enemy jungle.
That is fair. And of course, we have that Fiddlesticks effigy, which is literally scaring me into thinking there's two Fiddlesticks. I hate those on the mini map. They definitely literally look like two Fiddlesticks.
Oh, don't
But
worry. It's going to get worse.
I know. I was literally like, there's 4 of them in this bush and Fiddlesticks is over here. No, actually, there's just an effigy. I hate that just in general. But yeah, I'm very curious to see this Fiddlesticks support, first of all. Very curious to see if it still works. I remember after the rework, no one liked it, but we do see Fiddlesticks immediately getting hit with that anchor and then being forced to walk away, lose a chunk of his health. That's it. Bussy General does get that counter strike onto Mad Chef and a solid chunk of damage as well. As we now see the whatever we would say the regular laning pattern start to develop down here in this bot lane. I'm not sure. Again, I'm not really sure how this is going to work. Do you have any ideas on how this?
Without the Dark Wind to bouncy house around and cause a whole bunch of chaos in the backside, it's a little bit more difficult for Fiddlesticks to do what he wants down here. Still has plenty of power, still has the fears and the silences, but it's just not as easy or as automatic as it was previously. So Red Strike's going to have to be a lot more careful, going to be a lot more intelligent about how they use their summoner spells. That being said, in the mid lane, Sashimi Senpai is in a whole lot of trouble here. Down under 100
Forced
health.
To flash away. Yeah, absolutely forced to flash away. I didn't see the start of that. I don't know why or how. Looked like a failed gank that definitely failed. Mad Chef, though, getting beat up this time by Bussy. So maybe the correct adjustment we do see now that Graves coming into bot lane was seen with that effigy, which again also scared me because I thought Graves just caught Fiddlesticks slipping in the bush. I wish there was a setting to turn that off, as Mr. Krabs is able to get a ton of damage on the Coach Ray, able to force out the clone.
Yeah, Coach Ray not having as good a time in this lane on Nico as they did into the Kale. Feels a little bit awkward, feels a little bit pressed. So Coach Ray going to have to be a little bit more careful, a little bit more intelligent about how they play this moving forward. Similarly, Mad Chef not having as good a time on the Cassante as they did on the Malphite. Bussy General doing a much better job of pressing Mad Chef, making sure that it's more difficult for the Cassante to continue to push out damage, making it so that Bussy General can farm. Actually has already crested 700 gold, so has avoided the chaos of last game. Feels pretty good for that Jax.
Yes. Also, Atreides almost in the middle of all that, almost got caught if had not anchored away. Haha, my friend. But yeah, the lane dominance that we have seen from the members of FFZ has not been what we have seen so far here, which bodes well, I think, for Rat Legion.
Yeah, they're keeping this game close, which, to be fair, is what we saw in Game 1. We saw Rat Legion come out to a strong start in Game 1. It just didn't carry through. As Mad Chef in a little bit of trouble. Porter invading very deep as well, though. Has been caught out by Sashimi Senpai with a rotation from Mr. Krabs coming in. The Graves is going to go down. First Blood goes to the Rumble here in the mid lane.
Yeah, Hoarder being aggressive like we've seen all series, but just straight up getting caught. Did not have Coach Ray there with the push like we've seen for most of the games and does not get that first rotation. Uh, Again, I like what Rat Legion's doing. I like the permutations. I like that it seems like they have adjusted to what needed to happen. So we'll find out if that works out.
Yeah, and this is the greed of FFZ really coming to bite them a little bit. Hoarder, used to being so strong, so much better as an individual player mechanically than everyone else in the league, they get a little bit greedy. They think they can do more than they can actually manage, especially as a 0/0/0 Graves at level 4. You really can't take those fights until you're level 6. You have the better part of an item. So I'm not loving this from Hoarder. Gotta play more intelligently.
Uh, Fair enough, but does now have that serrated Dirk into just the cooldown boots there for Sashimi. So will at least do more damage. That's it. We do have first components coming in. We do actually have the Sheen on Busty this time, early and useful, and he is absolutely fighting with Mad Chef. Mad Chef does go all out, pulls him under the tower though. Busty is going to survive in the meantime. Still has the ultimate, maybe able to jump on and ult, just trying to stay out of range for the moment, waiting for that all out to cool down.
Yeah, Sashimi Senpai in the area as well, but won't even be needed as Mad Chef taken out by the Counter-Strike. Bussy General feeling a whole lot better than in Game 1.
Yeah, it literally, I mean, if I knew it was happening, how did Mad Chef not know it was happening? He was just sitting there waiting for you, like literally just standing on the edge of your range, waiting for you to, go on cooldown so he can jump on you. I thought that was the obvious thing happening.
Yeah, one would think. But to be fair, China's a long way away. It takes a little bit of a while for those thoughts to go from here all the way to there and back.
That's a good point. Fair enough, fair enough. But Mad Chef does come back with that teleport. Is going to use it to get a little bit of an extra push, get an extra wave, make up a little bit of that gold, about half of it. May even be able to get a plate. But we do see Sashimi looking to go into the top lane now as that trade in the mid lane happens. The root is going to happen. Sashimi is going to knock him back. That is going to be the ultimate as well. Mad Chef goes back forward, though.
Yeah, I think Mad Chef should be fine here. The Q more than enough to keep Bussy General off of them. That was very dangerous from Sashimi, though. Even if this Cassante is behind, it's still dangerous to take a fight with a Cassante at any point in the game. Just such an overtuned kit. There's so many options available to that champion that it's really, really dangerous unless you're someone like Bussy who has plenty of power of your own to try and take that fight. We're seeing a lot of rotations for both these squads, yeah.
Yeah, it looks like there's going to be the gang heading up the top lane for FFZ and the rest of the friends going down bot lane for Rat Legion. Rat Legion did lose out on the dragon in that intervening time frame. Bussy General does engage, is going to get exhausted. Mad Chef doesn't get away, though, is going to knock him back. It looks like Bussy is going to go down, is going to be taken by Hoarder, though. In the meantime, Coach Ray is caught, is going to use the Pop Blossom to try and get away, but it is going to be Potato Au Gratin getting the kill in return. Coach Ray kind of caught mid. I don't even know if that was a rotation. It looked like he was maybe trying to take the... What was he doing?
I think Coach Ray saw the rotation from Potato and Red Strike and was trying to rotate up towards their team, just weren't quite fast enough, it seems like, as the Buster Shot was more than enough to lock that down. However, all of this time alone for Zerathai gives a huge amount of gold influx into this Seraphine, who, despite being more of a support-oriented champ, still does plenty of damage if you build her with the Leandries, with the Rylais, with the Archangel Staff. So Rat Legion has to be careful that they don't give Zerathai too much time alone with this turret on the bot side.
That is true, but those are some plates. Those are definitely some plates for Potato Au Gratin to get on as well. So at least some gold traded back. 2 plates for 2 plates and a kill. So, I mean, the difference is not too bad for Potato Au Gratin there. Mathematically speaking, I think that comes out almost even. Yes, maybe. I don't know. I'm no scientist. But now the resets are coming in, as we did already have Zerathai back and teleport back into the bot lane, but it is going to be Wussy General down there. I don't know. That's the matchup you want for Zerathai.
Yeah,
Wussy is
Zerathai
backing.
gonna be fine. Mad Chef going to be in trouble, as look at this Sashimi Senpai wrapping around him with Mr. Krabs in the area. This is a much safer fight for Sashimi to take. The Unstoppable comes out, as does the All Out. But look at this TP. This is baffling from Ray. Deep in, will be hit by the Nature's Grass. Pot Blossom doesn't even connect. Mr. Krabs now 2-0-1. What was Coach Ray thinking?
I think was thinking, I'm gonna teleport in, I'm gonna CC them, and Mad Chef is gonna do some Cassante stuff. But the Cassante stuff never happened. That is what I assume the thought was. I could be wrong, could be just entirely mistaken, but like in my head, that's how I saw that going as well. That is not, of course, how that went, as we now see Au Gratin and Red Strike looking to get some vision around this dragon that's going to be spawning in 17 seconds. Is going to be a Mountain Drake. I am guessing it is going to be a Cloud Soul. What are you thinking?
Cloud Soul is a good guess. We've already taken the Hextech off the board. I think it's Ocean. My guess is that we will see an Ocean Soul. Love me some impossible to kill players. That being said, looks like FFZ kind of giving up the space here. Atreides is around the corner, but Hoarder and Ray giving plenty of deference to Sashimi Senpai and Red Strike, who are moving in, clearing out the vision, and so many of those wards in this area are blue. There's not a whole lot that FFZ has control of on this bot side river.
Yeah, on top of which they are super spread out, but it looks like at least currently the dragon is not being started by Rat Legion. Just looking to create that feeling of unease for FFZ, as everyone is kind of on first items or close enough to them that we can see the ideas happening. We do have on the top side, very nice hook from Atreides. We're going to see if he is able to lock it down. It is going to be putting the depth charge down, but it is going to be a flash out of Red Strike to keep him safe on the top side. Wussy General and Mad Chef having a good old top fight.
I don't love that ultimate from Atreides because it means that it's not available for this fight that is breaking out right now. The Nature's Grass coming out, the Equalizer over the top, lands onto 3. The health bars of FFC are burning. Mr. Krabs on a killing spree. 3 members of FFC are down, as Potato now trying to chase down Coach Ray. Will not have enough. Mad Chef is here trying to distract from this Drake. Will not manage to do so. But now Rat Legion caught between a rock and a hard place. Can Mad Chef manage to turn something around? Looks like he may have found Red Strike here. Will manage to get that kill. Now looking to chase onto Potato Au Gratin. The flash will manage to interrupt the rocket jump from Potato, but it will not be enough. Flashing over the wall. Mad Chef does fall. Does pick up something on the back of that fight, but still, it's a 4-for-1 in a 4v5 for Rat Legion.
Yeah, Potato Au Gratin is now just strong. Coach Ray might now be dead soon. Oh, Atreides over the wall is going to be able to get some of that lockdown, but yeah,
this is going to be
Mr.
gifted
Krabs
to Hoarder.
Is still alive.
That's a 600 gold shutdown over to Hoarder. You don't love that if you're FFC, but you're okay with that because Hoarder has been so consistently strong. That being said, they're losing the macro game here, Rod. I just don't love this from FFZ. It feels like they're not playing at the same level that they played all season. To be fair, they haven't played at that level at any point in this series, but it doesn't feel like they played at the level that we saw in games 1 or 2 either.
I mean, I think part of it comes down to, I actually think it was you who previously said, are they winning the games or is the other team losing the game? Because they weren't real. I mean, they were doing more than they are now, but they weren't doing the best in games 1 and 2. They were doing enough, but they're just not doing enough now. And Rat Legion is not making critical mistakes. And Mad Chef looks like he's going to be caught out again. He's going to be able to barely get away. Sashimi walking through, trying to assert some pressure. But now it's going to be another Rift Herald with this 3,000 gold deficit for FFZ. Are they going to contest it? I'm thinking no.
They don't really have an opportunity here. Coach Ray on the wrong side of the map does have the TP available. There's plenty of wards, but there's no way into the pit for this FFZ squad.
He's going to teleport.
Teleport is channeled into the mid lane. So not really disrupting here as we see the TP from Bussy General to match. This is now a 5v4 as Mad Chef is stuck on the wrong side. The ultimate, the Throw Storm is plenty. A 3-for-0. And maybe more as Atreides being jumped on by Bussy General. Can they find the damage? Survey says no, but it's still a 3-for-0. It's still a Rift Herald. The game now 12-3, Rod. This is not what FFZ needed.
Rat Legion is using the ultimates the way they should be used. Using the team fight comp the way it should be used. The way I thought we would see out of game 1 from FFZ. The way I thought we would see out of game 2 for Rat Legion. Where they just said, hey, let's push the buttons together. Everybody, turn your key. Ready, activate. And then they activate the murder machine. Like, that's all you have to do. The ultimate coming out of the Maokai, then over top of the equalizer, and then the Crow Storm, and then Ogrodden just has to auto somebody sometimes, and that's it. Like, that's easy to execute, easy life. We do have a couple of friends coming down here to get onto Bussy General. Bussy General is going to mostly be able to get away, does get under the tower, is going to be okay, all things considered.
I don't know. Hold your breath a little bit as Holder is behind. This is going to be a 3-man dive. Bussy has no mana, has no chance to counterstrike, will be locked up and taken down as Coach Ray takes that and will take the turret beside. 2 turrets, in fact, and the top lane turret falls as well.
Very nice rotation there from Hoarder, but we do see the Rift Herald dropped mid lane. I mean, I guess the Dragon is up in a minute. Is it dropped just because you saw 3 members bot lane? I mean, yeah, I guess you take 3 towers.
Zerathai absolutely does not have the wave clear to deal with this. The turret is going to fall, and that's going to make it possible for this Rat Legion team to bring their vision line even further
Hoarder's
up.
About to get caught.
Difficult. Yeah, Hoarder very caught out here in a whole lot of trouble, taking a bunch of damage from that Flame Spitter, will go down. However, a charm over the top does land onto Red Strike. Red Strike in trouble as Shimi Senpai very deep, trying to keep their support alive. Will be enough, actually, as Kato Ogre's hand manages to take out the Nautilus. Zerathai in trouble as well. Mad Chef goes down. That is another 4-for-1 here. None of these fights are going the way of FFZ, Rod.
Not at all. They are in the wrong place at the wrong time with the wrong amount of friends every time. However, the wrong amount of friends is 0 because they have no backup half the time when they're getting caught out. This is interesting. And this is a very large lead, 5,000 gold. I think this is the largest we've seen Rat Legion with this whole series, I should say.
It absolutely is. My only concern, Rod, is they're up 11 kills. They're up a turret, 2 Rift Heralds, and a Dragon. And they only have a 5,000 gold lead. If I'm Rat Legion, I want the gold lead to be 7,000 gold. So while you're fine with this, you've got a lead. You're in great shape. It feels a little concerning that it's not more.
Ooh, what? Why did Atreides do that? I don't understand. I don't understand what just happened there. Atreides landed the anchor, then decided to go for the depth charge on the Red Strike, but nobody was there. Like, there was no backup. I don't get the decision. But so FFZ though, I actually kind of feel like does not have a lot of.
Bussy might be in trouble here. Has a lot of damage onto Mad Chef, but the flash forward Q, very close to landing.
Just barely enough. But on the other side of the map now, there is an advantage side for Rat Legion, and they're going to start walking in and setting up this deep vision. I thought they were going to maybe be able to catch out Atreides or someone, but
actually Atreides continuing to step forward. Has to be very careful on this Nautilus. Looking over the wall, trying to find Red Strike. Will land the hook here. However, forced to flee, the charm lands onto
Ooh.
2. Red Strike has been struck down.
And they got the cleanse out of Potato Au Gratin as well.
It's a
We're
big
able
win
to,
here.
yeah.
Granted, they still don't have control over any part of the map. That mid-outer turret still being up means it's so hard to push in vision. But at least it's a hope. It's a spark for FFZ, it feels like.
It is. It very much is. But that, oh my goodness, that Rumble is humongous. 10 stack Dark Seal, 2 items, 7, 1, and 8. Yeah. What happens there?
At what point do we see that translated into a Magi Soul
Atreides
Sealer?
is in the wrong place
no,
again.
Atreides. Twisted Advance comes through. Atreides trying to escape, will not find any way out, at least saving the flash here. However, Rat Legion turns from the kill directly on to the Baron. Hoarder is in the area. We see a TP behind from Mad Chef, but this is still super dangerous for the FFC squad.
Way.
The teleport completed from Bussy General as well. Coach Ray caught up just a little bit, forced to use that Pop Blossom defensively as the Encore only lands onto 1, and it does not matter. The Nature's Grasp still connects. Coach Ray is the first of the remainder to fall. Mad Chef will be soon to follow. The all-out is not enough. There's no way out for the Cassante. 3 for nothing, and the Baron now in the sights of Rat Legion.
Yeah, yeah. I don't understand anything that just happened there. So why did Mad Chef TP behind them and then decide not to go? Why did Coach Ray just kind of mill about? I feel like on week number 3 of competitive League of Legends, normally someone tells you if you're not going to take the objective,
Bussy
walk away.
General is caught here. The back canceled by Atreides. I don't know if Atreides wanted that, but look at the numbers for FFZ. They found 3. They may have enough. The Grandmaster's Might is popped to try and buy enough space for Bussy General. The Counter-Strike will not be enough as the ultimate from the graves secures the shutdown. Hoarder continues to be the one bright spot for FFZ, but boy is it dim.
I'm not gonna lie, it looked like Bussy was actually gonna be able to get away at one point there. It was very close, which is not reassuring because you're 22 minutes into the game and you have a 3v1 and Jax almost walks out of it. It takes you 2 ultimates. That's
some
a
interesting
problem.
positioning, Rod. What is
They're
FFZ trying to do here? Trying to bait Rat Legion into a
But
fight?
Rat Legion
Looks
wants
like
you in this choke. You're trying to bait them into the place they want you to be.
Truly baffling. The root does land on a Sashimi Senpai, as does the Encore. The Maokai continues to be locked up, but Atreides already down to half health. Can Sashimi Senpai stay alive long enough for this fight to matter? Survey says yes, as Atreides is in fact the first to fall. Mad Chef alone in the back line now. Zerathai trying to get some damage around the side, but it's not enough. Potato Au Gratin now going deep, using the cleanse to stay alive as the equalizer splits Coach Ray and Hoarder away from Zerathai, who did finally manage to pick up the kill on to Sashimi Senpai, but will fall to Bussy General. Hoarder picking up 1 on the backside, but however, Bussy picking up Ray as well. It's just Hoarder left. It is a 3-on-1. This Drake almost certain to go over to Rat Legion. That will be their 3rd, and that will put them on sole point at 29 minutes.
We were talking about the coordination earlier. That is some terrible coordination from FFZ. When Atreides and Mad Chef engaged, the whole rest of the team, the actual damage, had ran a full screen away from the rest of Rat Legion. So instead of closing the jaws of the trap, everybody just turned on to Mad Chef and Atreides and said, okay, we'll kill these 2 instead of these 2. Works for me. And then they lost the fight.
And it's a shame, because you see what FFC is trying to do. Despite being, at that point, 5,000, at this point, 7,000 gold down, they're still picking fights. They're still trying to make this game work. It feels like they've still got fight left in them. But they've just been off kilter today. They haven't been on the same tempo. And if they can turn that around, they'll be fine. But it seems like Rat Legion's finally figured out how to take advantage of it.
Yeah, I feel like as this series is going on, Rat Legion's coordination has strengthened. Their bond has grown closer, and FFZ is slowly falling apart within the coordination department, which not what you want to feel. Not what you're supposed to have happen.
No, but if you're KOI and DPS, you're absolutely watching these games and you're taking notes. Because one of these two teams is going to be the one facing you, and if it's FFZ, they have shown plenty of weakness that you can take advantage of in finals next weekend.
I mean, I would argue the same for Rat Legion as well.
Absolutely. I mean, the problem is it's a little bit less likely that Rat Legion's going to make it into finals at this point. It's currently a 2-0, you know.
I mean, I don't want to. Ooh, the anchor misses from Atreides. What? Why?
Completely pointless depth charge there. However, Hoarder onto the side wants to try and make this a fight anyway. Atreides does land the hook onto Sashimi. The Nature's Grasp will land to lock up 2. However, an Encore on to 2 as well. Hoarder manages to take out Red Strike without even a fight. Potato Auger-Tan locked up. The rocket jump will not be enough. And now Sashimi, the next in the sights. Hoarder should be able to take that away. A triple kill for the Graves. Now 8, 4, and 3. Mr. Krabs forced to turn and run. Still signs of life in this FFC squad, Rod.
That is true. That is true. That was a very good fight. They did pick the 5v4. There is the Jax on the other side of the map. Going to be the teleport from Coach Ray to keep that tower standing. But yeah, a very good fight. I mean, it resulted in good activity. So I take back my mental question mark pings on that depth charge there from Atreides.
No. Discredit where credit is due. That was a very bad depth charge.
It was questionable. It was like literally right after it landed, valuable hooks and provided valuable peel for the rest of the team. So I mean, apparently maybe just needs that R key to not work to be helpful. Who knows?
Yeah, unbind it. You don't need the depth charge. It's not one of the most impactful spells in League. Nah, not that.
He just needs it on cooldown. I mean, you gotta have it at times, but it just has to be on cooldown. So when you accidentally fat finger it, it doesn't, mistakenly go off.
Yeah, fair. My problem still is, Rod, though. Mr. Krabs is big. 9, 1, and 11. Has 10 stacks on the Dark Seal. Is rapidly approaching a 3rd completed item. How does FFZ deal with him at this point?
These are great questions. You have to catch him right now when he's backing by himself, really, really far away from anywhere of danger. I think that's the key. Atreides barely gets away.
There are two
definitely
ways.
Not in a good place.
Yeah, there are 2 ways that you can frame this. Either Atreides is fearless, or he's foolhardy right now. Walking in with no vision, with no support, into that river to try and get some vision around this Baron. The answer may well be foolhardy, because he's going to get locked up here if he's not careful. There comes the damage. Atreides forced to use that depth charge, does land onto 3. However, the Encore only onto 1. Sashimi Senpai in trouble. The Pop Blossom lands onto 2, and Red Strike disappears courtesy of an auto attack. However, Coach Ray is dead. Atreides will be soon to follow as Bussy General locks that one up. It's now a 3-on-4 Nyarko? Oh boy, I've been casting with him too much. It's 3-on-4, Rod. I think that Baron is going to be next in Rat Legion's sights.
I think they're going for the soul. Hoarder, though, is just dead. Is just straight up dead. We had another fight where Mad Chef is on the flank in the correct position, and it never happens. But that is going to be the Chemtech Soul.
How do you feel about the Chemtech Soul, Rod? Is this as impactful as other souls in your mind?
No. So it's not as impactful. I put it with Cloud. I think I put it with Cloud on the It's there.
Mad Chef is just going to die here, getting run down by Bussy General. Despite the all-out, I think there's enough damage here, and the counter-strike proves it.
Yep.
Bussy General on a rampage. It's interesting that you say Cloud, though, because that is consistently the soul with the highest win rate. If a team gets Cloud Soul, they have the highest % chance out of any soul to win.
That is mathematically fair, but it never feels that way. It just never
Which is so
feels.
interesting, isn't it?
It doesn't give you that cool effect, you know. Infernal gives you the fire strike. Hextech gives you the slow. You know, you get your nice shield with the other two. On top of which, if you have Ocean Soul and like one other ocean, it's like
Never
having
die.
a pocket Warmogs. Yeah, and Ocean just makes me run fast. I don't care. Or not Ocean, excuse me, Cloud. Which, yeah, I mean, it's useful. Yes, it wins games. It doesn't have a cool effect.
So for you, it's less about the actual effect and more about the feeling of the Drake, huh? As we see Potato and company pushing in.
Ooh.
The charm will be a little bit too late. The turret very close to going down. However, it does survive for just a little bit longer as Coach Ray in very deep. Potato Augertan disappears at the start of this fight. TSM Hoarder trying to buy enough space for the rest of the team, but look at Bussy General in behind. This is a flank that will likely succeed as Zerathai forced to go golden, trying to stay alive. Hoarder in the middle will fall without being able to pick up anybody else. Mad Chef and Atreides now left alone, not going to be able to survive. Actually, Atreides might just barely make it out with 35 health. But Rod, this feels like the game is getting close to over. They are knocking on the gates.
Yeah, not only does it feel like it's going to be over, Atreides might die to minions.
Red Strike is getting a little bit low as Zerathai trying desperately to hold this. Will it be enough? The beat drop, can we see it hit? Yes, a shutdown.
Oh, we got one.
One is down. Red Strike next in
Got
the
two.
sights to go down. Can they track down Mr. Krabs? Can they shut down the key member of Rat Legion? No,
I don't think so.
But they saved the game. For now, at
I
least.
mean, yeah. Save is a strong word. They delay the game. I'll give you delay. But yes, Zerathai gets the second and third kill of the game on that Seraphine, and it feels a little hopeless. Feels a little hopeless for FFZ. On the other side, Rat Legion doing I feel the correct things in these team fights.
Baffling
Whereas
encore there from Zerathai. This might just be the end if Potato can manage to get out the damage. Ooh, boy, that was close.
I think what?
Atreides? Death
Oh
Wish on
my
the Nautilus, I
God.
guess? That was, once again, baffling choices by FFZ.
It's making my chest hurt. Just doing things. Absolutely doing things. Atreides is taking action.
Well,
Never
give him
let
this.
someone convince you
decisive.
otherwise.
He is
Mad Chef
decisive.
is looking pretty caught out here.
Yeah, three
And I
members
don't know.
around behind. The Twisted Advance is going to be more than enough as Potato just shreds through that Cassante. Thornmail be damned. There's nothing that this Tristana cannot kill. With 5 members alive, looking to push through this top side. Rat Legion has to know that this is going to be FFZ's last stand as the flash forward lands 2 with the Pop Blossom, but the Encore does not land on anybody. Coach Ray goes golden in the back line, does not have enough. The health bars are low for Rat Legion, but it does not matter as Mr. Krabs, now legendary, taking down Atreides, who is trying to flank. Hoarder is dead, and with the death of the Graves goes the hopes of FFZ. The top turret is dead, the top inhibitor is dead, and this is going to be Game 3 going in favor of Rat Legion, keeping their hopes of making it to finals alive and proving that FFZ is vulnerable.
Yeah, Rat Legion. I won't say the faithful have been rewarded quite yet, but we got a little treat at least for believing in them. Way to go! I am glad to see Rat Legion put the pieces together. The first two games, it looked like they had all the pieces, and each time it was just they knocked the puzzle on the floor instead. So yeah, I'm very excited. We also, I think Rumble might be broken.
Rumble just a little bit powerful.
Broken.
14, 1, and a 17 feels real good after the minor rework to that passive. Well, Rod, RL keeps FFZ from punching their ticket. They have to win 2 more. After this game, do you think they have it in them?
I don't know. I don't know. I think I won't. I mean, I'm not obviously not in anyone's comms or definitely not in anyone's head. I would be using my powers very, very poorly if I was using it to tell you that I think FFZ looked a little broken. Um, yeah, they looked a little discombobulated there at the end, and I think Rat Legion has an opportunity to do something with it.
Well, we will have to see game 4 ahead. Can Rat Legion force this to a game 5 and keep the hopes of a reverse sweep alive? Or will FFZ manage to circle the wagons and push through to the finals? We'll have your answers right here in just a couple of minutes, so don't go anywhere.
Mörkråkor dans fra det bjergen hav, om vindbleis grønnhåret skyer da klar skal solen blive grå, om du vet du nærmer om. Fjerne din vei, ist loften breit, hil sige fra båndløs grunn. Men teiser en brå, freser fetei, om bei vet du finner hånd. Regnde flåt, det brennende jord, ved lyset kongerik sted. Og så syng sin tomt, som blåster allein, for min hand virken som mån. Lysning ifra den skjønnfalt mann, snedring hans sverd mot meg. Bølger utbrudd med hun høyre kraft, i landet kantet gjemme hånd.
Kale, blinded by the shadows your light casts.
Here to make excuses for their darkness, sister? The unrighteous will burn! And the fires of justice shall vanquish the darkness. Justice, how boring! As evil grows, so shall I.
I make my own justice.
Behold the righteous flame!
Darkness reveals our truth.
Why have we wings, sister, if not to fly?
Why do we have feet, if not to tread upon the soil?
Hello, hello, and we are back for game number 4. Fantastic Four and Zerathai against Rat Legion. Bands already starting, and we have the Ivern band. No one wants to see Ivern. I agree. Lane Ivern, Jungle Ivern, River Ivern. It's
There's
all
only one
annoying.
question to be asked, and that's Wyvern.
uh, Wyvern is a dragon with no arms, but with wings.
Well,
Pew,
yes.
pew. But we also get the Rumble band coming out from FFZ, which is fair. Rumble seems to be the key to victory. Rat Legion gonna ban the Kindred and the Melio, which have also been keys to victory.
Okay, again, I still don't like taking away the Kindred from Hoarder. The Graves, even though FFZ lost, the Graves was still so integral to keeping that game closer than it had any right to be. Ended the game 11-6, which for a losing team is pretty solid. So I would
I
like to
agree.
see that ban used perhaps a little bit more intelligently, and the Evelyn ban as well, on Mad Chef or Coach Ray or Zerathai. Somebody who might be a little bit easier to take out of the fight.
I mean, I understand the Evelyn ban from a solo queue perspective because there's nothing less fun than invisible murder. Like, I'm minding my business. Oh, there's a thing over my head. Which direction is it coming from? I'm dead. Like, that's just not fun. But I do agree in as a whole that banning these champions has not been effective. Order is still just good. Like, I don't have a better way to put it. But we do have the Ezreal pick coming in for FFZ. It's going to be a Kaisa and a Gragas locked in for Rat Legion.
Yeah, I mean, the Ezreal has been incredibly consistent for Zerathai. It's never been a problem for FFZ. But it's also not necessarily a point of power either. I would like to see a little bit more from Zerathai than just, yeah, I'm not going to int. The Tom Kench, though, make sure that he can play a little bit more aggressive without having to worry, as that Devour is such a powerful skill to keep you alive. The Gragas in game 2 for Bussy General, I thought was underwhelming. Would you agree, Rod?
Yes. I thought the Gragas was picked explicitly for dealing with the Kindred, right? Like to push people out because it was a Gragas and a Tristana, and I assumed the goal was to push people out of the Lamb's Respite. But outside of that, it got some very nice grass procs early, and it was there. It used up processing power. It moved. that's, that's the best description I can have for Gragas in that game. It was there. It had hit points.
It was a
But we do get
champion that
it
technically existed.
was in game. It loaded in. 100% can confirm did load into the game. With all the assets. All of the assets that were supposed to be there. So very well done on that behalf. But we do get the supports coming in. FFZ is going to lock into Renata. Rat Legion's going to lock in the Braum. But
I do like this
yeah.
rotation, putting the Tahm Kench in the top lane by locking in the Renata. I think Tahm Kench is a very powerful laner. I think there's plenty of dueling potential, plenty of lockdown if Hoarder decides to come up that way. It does mean that there's going to be a little bit less protection between level 6 and the end of lane phase for Zerathai. Yes, the Renata does offer a fair bit. The bailout is valuable, but it requires you to still get a kill. So the Renata means that FFC will have to play a little bit safer in that bot lane the same way that they've been doing all season, which, fine, but again, I still wish we'd see a little bit more sparks from down there.
I mean, why mess with what's working?
Yeah, that's fair. That's very fair. It just gives a secondary carry if Hoarder falls behind or isn't able to come out completely dominant, like in Game 3, where Zerathai was stuck on the Seraphine and Hoarder unable to carry the game on their lonesome, was just left out to dry.
Fair. But I mean, the Ezreal game 2 did damage. It pressed Q to hit people. So I mean, it's an achievable thing. Whoa!
Okay.
Is
that
that
is
for
a
real?
left turn.
Is that for real? For real? But Rat Legion, after banning out the Nico and the Fizz, lock in Taric, and I'm not seeing anyone saying, "Oh, that was a misclick." So that is indeed what is happening. FFZ did ban the Jax and ban the Maokai.
Okay,
Really?
so is this a Taric
And
jungle?
lock in Lilia. That's what I'm thinking.
This feels like a Taric jungle angle. And I
That-
don't love it. I think it's going to be something that Porter should be able to take advantage of, but I understand why it's being picked here. Because at this point, we saw last game, you just throw at the wall and whatever sticks. Seems like they're doing the same thing here.
And we get a Lillian and Kali from FFZ, which... Huh?
I'm okay with this. I'm okay with this. The Lilia has been played before by Hoarder to solid effect, and the Akali for Coach Ray falls into a similar vein as the Fizz. The Fizz was effective in the early game. It disrupted Rat Legion so heavily that it allowed FFZ to absorb a lot of the mid-game pressure, although it came very close to losing because FFZ really fell apart towards the 20-30 minute mark. Vladimir to round out this comp for Rat Legion. I don't like this. I see why they're doing it, because you might as well try everything. But I'm not a fan. I think they cooked a little bit too hard. They got the spices went to their head.
I am again gonna say I see the vision from Rat Legion. And I assume the vision is everyone is just going to be impossible to kill. Kill who? With what? You have that kind of time? No way you have that kind of time. Right?
Okay.
Like that's the goal. That I assume that's the goal. There's no other reason to play this entire comp. So
Here's the problem though, Rod. I'm looking at this. If Kaisa dies, and Akali's job in this game is just going to be draw a bead on Kaisa, forget everything else. If you assassinate the Kaisa, you win the game. That's Akali's job. If they kill Akali, I think that with Lilia, Renata, Tom Kench, Ezreal, you could easily kite out everything that's left. I don't think there's enough damage baked into that comp that if the Kaisa dies, there's not a whole lot Rat Legion can do.
yes. But on the other hand, it is really hard for the rest of their team to kill Vladimir with a Braum Taric. And Vladimir can do everything damage, for lack of a better way to put it.
He certainly can, but he still needs to get on top
except Tom.
of you. He still needs to get on top of you. Lilia runs at Mach 12. Renata's going to die, but she's going to pop the ultimate before she does and cause chaos. And then if Ezreal ever gets on top, or if Vlad ever gets on top of the Ezreal, TK just presses R, and there's no threat. Just sprints away again at Mach 12 because Devour is a healthy ability and gives Ezreal a shield the size of Mount Olympus.
Yes.
I just worry that unless Rat Legion gets out ahead, they're going to find themselves in a position where they can't win teamfights. FFZ won't win the teamfights as well, but they're just going to draw it out, and they have the damage and the chunk over time from Ezreal and Lilia, I think, to cut through what's available.
Also, yes.
Also, I just think the Taric jungle is going to get stomped. I think Hoarder is going to take advantage of it. I think Hoarder is a good enough jungler, and on the Lilia should have plenty of capability to really make this Taric's life miserable. But that's a
yes.
much smaller opinion here.
On that one, I just 100% agree. While I like spicy picks and I like the Taric jungle as just a fun thing to play and it's cool, I don't think that this ends well when your jungler has already been, I don't want to say getting gapped, but not ahead.
Sashimi Senpai
That
has been a
picking
facilitator. They have not been a carry. We'll put it that way.
That's fair. That's a very fair way to put it. But the other jungler has been able to gain large advantages, putting your jungler on something that is both off meta and not their thing. Like, it's one thing if, like, oh, well, they main Draven top. Okay, cool. But if it's not their thing and it's not, maybe not the strongest, and you're already losing the early skirmishes and getting camp stolen from you, I don't think that's the way to help your jungler, right? Like, the math isn't adding up to me.
All right. Last thoughts before we head into a break as we head into Game 4. We've been talking down about this Rat Legion comp pretty heavily. What do they need to do to come out on top of this game? What goals do they need to hit if they're going to win?
Actually, I think it's fairly easy. Is get to the point where your tanky friends are big enough between the Gragas and Taric, and Vladimir has enough health that Lilia Kali can't delete him instantly, and then Vladimir just has to get to Ezreal and or Akali and pop them. Like, that part I can clearly see. Like, you make a very good point, though, that after Kaisa dies, maybe the rest of the team just never gets near anyone. But if Vladimir gets a proto belt or has enough move speed to get Akali or Ezreal, Vladimir is going to survive Lilia. And then it's just, do you have time to kill Tom? Because it's going to take forever, but maybe. Like, I think that's fair.
Well, we will have to see. A spot in the BTL Season 14 Finals hangs in the balance. FFZ 1 win away from punching their ticket. Rat Legion needs the reverse sweep to take it. They've already taken one game off of this seemingly unbeatable squad. Can they do it twice more? We'll have the answers here in just a couple of minutes when we head on to the Rift for Game 4, so don't go anywhere.
All right. And we are here with game 4. We are. Zerth keeps posting in the chat. Have fun. Keep up the banger series, which, to be fair,
It
I
has been a
imagine will
banger.
happen. We do have more adventures going on here. Mad Chef looks like it's gonna get away again. He can't keep getting away with it, and yet is not going to die and is going to see at least 3 members of Rat Legion coming through the top side. The rest of FFZ, Zerathai's actually going to get the deep board on the other side this time. Look at that. We're learning.
Yeah, and this is the unfortunate part of playing on the red side for Rat Legion. This is the second time they've tried to do this, invade through the top side, and both times they have not gotten vision deep into FFZ's jungle, which has given Hoarder a little bit more leeway to play how they like. Meanwhile, FFZ taking advantage of these invades, of the fact that this Rat Legion squad has done the same thing every single time, now knows that Sashimi Senpai is going to start on the blue buff, which, admittedly unsurprising, it's a Tark, you can't really do much else.
I mean, yes, Tarek
Look at that mana.
uses mana.
Sashimi's already out of mana.
Uses
Incredible clear. Absolutely brilliant. However, it does have the blue buff, should be in a little bit better shape now. Is losing their red buff as well. Hoarder, just solo on the invade, can do whatever they please on the top side of the map.
Yeah, already taking a camp, taking another one. Not worried about running into the Tarek up there in that top lane either, which is the bigger, more worrying problem, I would imagine. I feel like yes, but
yeah, no, absolutely. And based on the fact that Tarek is clearing up through wolves, has no idea that he's being counter jungled. So Hoarder's going to make out like a bandit here. In fact, going for the gank on the top side, Bussy General super pushed in. Mad Chef will have a great shot at finding this kill as the Gragas stuck between the turret and the enemy. Bussy General, one more turret shot may do it. No staying alive, but Hoarder looking to chase them down. Swirl Seed does not do it. However, the Lilia is here and will likely have enough. One bop, flash, and will get it. Not with the watch out. Actually, Hoarder's making this look way more difficult than it needs to be. Is he going to give this to Coach
Bussy
Ray?
is going to live for at least a second here.
Yeah, this goes over to Coach Ray. That took far longer than it needed to,
doesn't
Rod.
get an assist either. But also, Hoarder took so much damage not getting the kill that while advantaged and will likely maintain that advantage of camps available, is not able to continue the farm.
No, not able to get a whole lot, but does have the shoes now, has the brown bags and the dark seal, so we'll be able to clear a little bit faster. And as we can see on the minimap, there's still no camps available for Tarek. Going to have to go ahead, try and get this Rift Scuttler on the bot side, but outside of that, unless Tarek invades, he's not going to find much to clear.
Yeah, and I'm probably not going to feel super comfortable invading right now.
Absolutely
is
not.
most likely going to get a Scuttle Crab and then maybe look to gank bot lane, which is kind of why you do that. There's not a lot of options available to Tarek. You know exactly where he's got to be just by nature of where you forced them to go.
Oh, this is mean. Look at what Hoarder is doing. The moment the camp is up, stealing it from under the nose of Sashimi Senpai once again.
Oh no! And he's gonna go look for it. It's gonna go, like I said, when you steal these camps, you know exactly where they're going to be. And that means the jungler only has one of two options. The option either being rush top or go into bot lane and gank. And he did not go into bot lane and gank. So now he finds out, oh, I'm down another other camp.
Yeah.
That's...
And this is the first time that Hoarder is clearing their own camps, finally picking up one of their own buffs. So yes, it's only a single camp lead at the moment, but that is going to grow and grow and grow as Hoarder finally clears out their own jungle here.
The other thing is that Hoarder is only clearing level 1 camps, though, and Sashimi is clearing a level 2 camp. So there's a little bit more XP and gold there. Little bit.
A little bit, but it's still 11 CS down. The whole bot side available, and that leads Hoarder right into a gank in the bot lane, or even just looking straight for this early Drake. We know that Hoarder likes to have control over the objectives early.
That is true, but the wards just placed by that bot lane there. Looking to kind of see what's available, who's going to be where. Actually, they didn't press the ward. They did the fake warding step up, and so they're getting pinged by FFZ, but they didn't actually use anything there.
No, there is a ward on Drake. There is a ward on Drake.
But that was the place before, I thought.
Nope. They had Rich Scuttler. Rich Scuttler just died.
Okay. You are correct. You are correct. That is right. Tarek did get the one thing. That poor bunny. He's just...
Down 15 CS. Not having a great day. Speaking of not having a great day, Bussy General giving this huge wave over to Mad Chef, who's also going to be up about 20 CS by the time he collects all of this. That does not feel good for a Gragas that has no TP and no mana.
He's hanging out, though, because Mad Chef does not have a lot of health.
No, Mad Chef
does not have a lot of health at all.
Does have a cookie in the back pocket, so has a little bit more than you'd expect.
Do I not understand how cookies work? Is there a reason he's not using it now?
Because it isn't instant healing, part of it is instant on use and part of it is over time. It's a little bit more powerful in situations like these to hold on to it until the enemy tries to engage so that you can surprise them with how much health you have. Because Bussy General is going to think, you know, I've got a WE. That's enough to cut through how much health Chef has right now. But it's not when the cookie's involved, and oh gosh, Hoarder, you can't do this to the man. They are going to lose
know
Drake
he's there,
over
though.
this. Yeah, they are going to
know he's there. They
Drake.
pinged him out.
So small
I believe he was spotted over something. But yes, is taking this whole topside jungle again.
Early
That
Earth Soul
does give them...
is nice, though. That's a little bit of resistances, some nice stats to have in the back pocket.
Very, very true. That said, though, yeah, Bussy did get a back off right at the right time. Yeah, would have been very... Again, Mad Chef has that wave just stuck there.
Yep, beautiful freeze on the top side. It's going to be next to impossible for Bussy to walk up to this, especially with Hoarder in the area clearing this Rift Herald. Can think about just turning straight up towards the top side and collapsing on Bussy if they walk up at any point here.
Yeah, the bot lane of Rat Legion looking to go into the mid and maybe into the top side, but it's too late. That is already gone. Early rotation there coming out from Coach Ray. Oh my goodness. This feels like a different team.
Yeah, this is an FFZ that has remembered that they are supposed to be one of the best playing teams in the second half of the season and are finally playing like it once again. They've remembered how to play as a team, how to play consistently and intelligently. This is the FFZ that we were seeing all through the regular season, Rod.
Yes. Yes, it very much is. And they are doing whatever they want. Well, I shouldn't say that. Shouldn't say whatever they want. Hoarder is doing whatever they want. The rest of the
Chef
team
is doing whatever he wants as well. Up 30 CS over Bussy at the moment.
That is fair. Coach Ray also forcing out the pool from Mr. Krabs. Yeah.
I'm not so sure the pool was strictly necessary there, but good job by Ray to force it out nonetheless.
The top lane has just been not fun the whole time here for Bussy General. He had like a 1-game reprieve.
Yeah. But just miserable time for the top laner of Rat Legion. They have not had a good series at all. And we're starting to see my issue with this jungle matchup for Rat Legion as well. There is no way that the Dazzle is ever going to hit onto Hoarder as long as they continue to click. Right. Lily is just going to dance around. If those two ever find each other in the jungle, it's just going to be like watching someone breakdance.
You
Around and
are
around and around.
very, very correct. And we have already seen it miss twice. And I don't think we're going to see it hit. Yes, unless there's like a mechanical failure on a mouse or some sort of connection issue. It does appear like he's just gonna be fine.
Admittedly, if I had a nickel for every time that a mechanical failure or connection issue caused a game to turn on a dime, I'd have like 4 nickels.
You know, that's a lot more than I thought you were gonna say. I'm not gonna lie.
I cast a lot
It's
of
almost
games.
double how. You know what? That is fair. I have had some absolutely insane games that have been won and/or lost by. Actually had one where someone said a car crashed into a light post by their house.
Oh,
and they
that's
didn't
a new
have
one.
any power. I mean, they disconnected and never came back, and just like never came back. So I don't doubt it, but there we go. You do see the dazzle miss again, and Hoarder's just chilling, taking more camps away.
Hoarder does not care. Just
Dropping
got
the
2
Rift
plates
Herald.
off of that. Currently sitting up 1100 gold, despite the fact there has only been 1 kill in this game. The gold difference is 1700. FFZ has just gotten that gold difference out of playing better.
Yeah. Just yes. It's looking a little ugly here. What
being
is
said,
available for Rat Legion?
Bot lane, Potato or Gratan, up about 25 CS. That's not nothing. That's a good lead to have if you're Kaisa, because you're going to have to be the primary carry for this team, throwing yourself into the enemy and cutting through the fairly low health bars of everybody not named Mad Chef.
That is true. And that is fair. Now we're back to your point from the pregame, though, where if Kaisa is not that carry, or is otherwise taken out of the fight, what does Kaisa do? What does the rest of the team do, I should say, for Rat Legion? But we do see this dragon being started. There's going to be a teleport coming in from Bussy General, and it's not going to be answered from Mad Chef. His teleport not up currently. Dragon is going to reset, but it looks like it's just straight up going to go over. A very nice use of the radiance there. For Cosmic Radiance, excuse me. Don't want it to be mistaken with regular Radiance. Shishimi able to take the dragon. They are going to lose a plate up in the top lane, but yeah, to the point I was saying, that your assessment that if the Kaisa is shut out of these fights, it looks doubly prescient now because the rest of the team is just not having a fun day.
Although
that said, the Vlad is farming relatively well.
Yeah, speaking of that, Vlad, you said that you wanted to see the Hextech Proto Belt so that the Vlad could really have a chance of getting on top of these carries after the Kaisa is dead. Instead, going for the Night Harvester here. How do you feel about that?
Not the greatest, but does have Ghost. I didn't think Vlad was going to go Ghost. I thought he was going to go Teleport. And does have Phase Rush, so should still be able to get enough go fast to get there. I think that combination should be enough to get access to someone somewhere out there beneath the pale moonlight.
I think we went in 2 different directions there.
Yeah, I was on on my Fivel tip. Which one is that? Somewhere over the rainbow. I don't know. I don't know which one you're talking about.
Izzy, yeah, you had it right.
But I mean, I can't remember what it's
from,
I should say.
Originally from The Wizard of Oz.
Ah, see, I'm thinking of American Tail, Fivel from Fivel and the Mouskovitz.
Slightly different.
But same, but different.
Yeah.
Anyway, we do have items finally coming in. You did mention the Night Harvester. We do have the Kraken Slayer coming in for Potato Au Gratin. We have another Rift Herald being dropped, this time in the mid lane. As Hoarder is just walking around collecting things and then dropping them in various places like a raccoon.
Yeah, that's one way of putting it.
Literally just picked up the Rift Herald and was like, why not? I'll just put it here. But we do have
Reminds
the
me
Heartsteel
of,
come in there.
The video of the raccoon with the sugar cube trying to wash it in the river.
Oh,
And it just disappears.
Yeah. Oh, I remember that.
By the way, first turret likely to go down in the top side as Mad Chef has just had constant pressure up here.
Yes. Also up 30 CS and just unworried. Has the Heartsteel, has the Bomby Cinder, is just going to be so impossibly hard to kill. Also has a lot of stacks on that Grasp of the Undying as well. As you can see, just
He's got a lot of
not
health.
worried about Gragas. Yeah.
Currently sitting at nearly
Very
3,000 health at 16 minutes. That's not great.
And Coach Ray is up here to help threaten Bushy General, just to make sure that this tower will go down and there will be no interference from anyone else. Bushy forced to go all the way back to the tier 2, and that is going to be free time for Akali. And yeah, they share the gold. I like that.
Free time, free gold. This Tom Kench up 1,500, Akali up 600, and 1,700 gold difference between Hoarder and Sashimi Senpai. Kind of makes the 500 gold difference between Potato and Zerathai feel irrelevant here, doesn't it, Rod?
Very much so. On top of which, and while you did correctly assess that Sashimi is almost always on a facilitator and Hoarder is on a carry, it must be noted that even with support items costing less, if the other person has 1,500 more gold, you still get them at the same time.
Yeah, I will give credit where credit is due. Sashimi Senpai and the Rat Legion team have had much better control over the Drakes in the early game. It's currently 2-0. And it looks like they're trying to think about pushing for a third here that would put them on a 23 and change minute soul point. However, good handshake to keep Atreides safe for now. The Cosmic Radiance coming down early. Hoarder forced to flash away as Potato Au Gratin going very deep, but a huge hostile takeover keeps these members of Rat Legion from getting onto the FFC backline. Mad Chef is here, Coach Ray is here. However, the stuns coming through means that it's going to be very hard for Mad Chef to come through and continue this fight as Mr. Krabs is keeping the damage dealers away. Bussy General doing a similar job of keeping this zone. Coach Ray in very deep, forced to use that perfect execution to get out as the Glacial Fissure comes down. Red Strike ending the fight once and for all. The health bars of FFZ so low. Looks like this fight may be over. The third Drake going to Rat Legion.
Rat Legion played that fight super well. No one able to get access. Oh.
Mad Chef getting very low as Mr. Krabs walking forward. The only one with any health bar left is Zerathai, but it doesn't seem like FFZ is giving up. They want to continue to fight this out. Mr. Krabs down under 1,000 health. Bussy General now frontlining, but the Drake down under 2,000. So Shimi Senpai should be able to smite that away, and there it goes. Finally, the third Drake falls. Took a little bit longer than it should have, though, Rod.
It did. Outside of the Cosmic Radiance being used too early, that was exactly what I thought Rat Legion's comp would do, which is you just can't kill anyone. There's just too much utility between all of them, and even from behind, they are just some thick friends. Some chunky boys. Some hefty... that's a mean thing to say. That doesn't have the same connotation. But
hefty honchos, being, there we go.
Yes,
that's got some weight to it.
Point being, they're not going to die easy or fast, and there's just not enough damage execution right now from FFZ to be able to do anything, but that Dazzle landed.
Hey, props to Sashimi. Landed a Dazzle. Bussy
Hoarder.
Also in a bad spot, forced to use that body slam very defensively there.
I mean, that's no fun, but as far as being caught outs we've seen, that is the least caught out we've seen somebody be caught out in the last 3 games.
That's fair.
So-
They're not Atreides from last game.
Like,
This feels
no. I had to use my dash. Oh, no.
this feels like we're watching LCK from season 8 or season 9. 21 minutes and 1 kill.
I like that because it's not only accurate, but there's also the fact that there's just so many wards in the top side of Rat Legion's jungle. God, I hated that meta.
No. That's not Rat Legion's jungle. That's Hoarder's jungle part 2. That was established at the start of the game and has not changed.
Just they see every action in there. They take every camp, and yeah, just
176 to 113, Rod.
I mean, it is good. It is useful, but we saw last time, as a whole, the team of Rat Legion were able to just say, it's okay, we're just gonna stack big bodies on top of each other like an offensive line, and yeah.
Yeah, but in about 5 seconds, when Lily completes her back here, completes the Jack show, and is able to really sit on the front line forever, what is Rat Legion gonna do?
Oh no, we're back to doing this. Zerathai uses the flash to go over the wall, and then Atreides uses the hostile takeover to hit nothing. Just, I mean, I understand you want to protect your ADC, but he was already out at that point.
Yeah, I think that
He's
was a
already
little bit
very,
of
very
miscommunication there, absolutely. But Atreides has also been very trigger happy on the ultimates all series. So, not entirely surprising that they do that once again here.
That is fair. That is very fair. But
Baron
now
is alive. Drake in a minute. We have to see a fight at some point, right, Rod?
I mean, I assume someone's gonna fight over this dragon and/or Baron.
Oh, Red
this
Strike
being the
taking a
third
bunch of damage. Actually, no, not taking any damage.
You can't. I told you. This comp, like, I like it. I like the idea of it. I like that you just don't die. The question is, can you get to the also kill them part? But this Baron is going to be started up over here.
Cosmic Radiance
the
popped
Cosmic
very
Radiance comes
early.
out super early.
I don't like this. TSM Hoarder in on the back. The Drowsy lands onto 3. Huge watch out Eep on the backside as Hoarder takes Potato Augertan down under 500 health. Sashimi Senpai similarly low. Not having the Cosmic Radiance is really hurting for Rat Legion now as Mad Chef continuing to fight in the backside. Coach Ray doing so much damage on the back as Hoarder picks up the first on Potato Augertan. Coach Ray continuing to do damage, still has not died. Goes golden to try and stay alive for a little bit. The Dazzle lands onto 3, but it does not matter as Coach Ray picks up another on the backside. However, the Gragas does finally manage to pick up one as Ezreal falls. Mad Chef continuing to go in deep. Will find Red Strike with the Devour. Now Bussy General on the run on the bottom side of the map. The Swirl Seed will connect. The burn will be enough. And Coach Ray on a killing spree. 3-0-1 in the extended 4-for-1.
Yo, why didn't Krabs auto Mad Chef? Mad Chef was one auto away from getting stunned.
Nah. You're Vladimir. You don't know that.
Mad Chef was one auto away from being stunned, and you save Red Strike. That's all you had to do. You just click on him.
Nah.
Wow.
That will be soul point saved unless Rat Legion can manage a miracle here. Mr. Krabs trying to find something. Mad Chef is fairly low, but it will not be enough. Hoarder is very scary at this point with the Jack shows, with the Demonic Embrace.
With the 5 stacks on the Dark Seal.
And right now, the carry is not Hoarder. The carry is the entire FFZ team, except for Zerathai, who has 0 assists and just died.
That's fair.
That's just
I don't
peak
know. Coach Ray
Zeratai, though,
has
isn't
3
it?
kills.
Like,
Hey.
if you viewers take nothing else from this series, just understand that this is Zeratai at his core. He's here. He's technically a part of this game, but he's not contributing.
You know,
I'm gonna get flamed so hard for that later.
Yeah, that seems a bit extreme. Saying he's not contributing, like that seems far. I like the Zerathai hate as much as the next person, but that seems far.
Oh no, he's the admin in one of the leagues I cast for. He'll get me back eventually. Don't you worry.
Fair enough. Fair enough. But yeah, we are now seeing all of this fun time action going on around this Baron because that is going to be the next objective.
I don't think
The
Rat
Hextech
Legion can
alternator
contest
coming
this. Blitzy
They
General
cannot.
does not have the TP, neither does Mr. Krabs. They're going to be very late to this fight.
There is the Prey Seeker though, or Prey Hunter, Prey
Void Seeker
Shooter.
comes out. However, here is the ultimate from Lilia. The Cosmic Radiance comes out, lands onto 4. However, Renata Glask buying time with the hostile takeover. Sashimi Senpai trying to get in, will get stunned up here, eventually going down to the Ezreal, finally contributing as Red Strike running out of health very quickly as Coach Ray. Perfect execution to kill the Tark. Meanwhile, on the other side of the fight, the tanks being routed as Potato Agratan falls. It's just Bussy and Mr. Krabs left, but they do not have enough. Coach Ray perfectly fine to walk through that turret with the Baron buff, with all 5 members alive. FFZ looks to take this mid-tier 2.
I am not going to lie. I have clearly overestimated the amount of damage that a Vladimir would do.
Yeah, you need about
Just-
3 items before Vladimir becomes just pain.
I thought there would be more things happening from the Vladimir at this point, and those have not been happening, which I think is also maybe part of what happened with Rat Legion, where they assumed, okay, we were ready to go, half of our team is unkillable, Vladimir can just do murder, and Vladimir cannot do anything in these fights, which, coupled with the Cosmic Radiance coming out when no one is so much as under threat, is not good for
Yeah,
Rat Legion.
we've been giving a lot of flame to Atreides' ults, but Sashimi Senpai's Cosmic Radiances have been just as baffling. You need to use that ultimate to turn a team fight around, and it feels like they haven't blocked hardly any damage so far. I wish we had a way to keep stats for how much Cosmic Radiance has done. Zerathai is a little bit caught out here. The Void Seeker will connect. Potato Agratan will be able to be gifted that 450 gold kill on Zerathai. Is that enough?
Yeah.
Rod?
Maybe.
Oh, Vladimir eaten up here will be taking a bunch of damage. However, the flip shuriken does not land from Coach Ray. I think the Vladimir is going to be out A-okay from that one. Will still lose the turret though, as Hoarder and Atreides able to hold off 4 members of Rat Legion in the mid lane without taking any damage.
Woo!
Look at this, the Drowsy coming out. Cosmic Radiance will probably keep them alive, but still an expensive spell to use in a 4v2. Red Strike the next target for Hoarder, continuing to cut through these health bars with the Qs, with the Swirl Seeds. The Inhibitor turret now looking to be the next to fall. The Demolish doing so much damage. And Rod, it seemed like FFZ might not have enough to cut through this squad, but they are hot knife through butter right now.
Yes, they are. Shout out to Sashimi though. That was a much better Cosmic Radiance. It did things that were helpful to the team.
It certainly did. It was an improvement.
Significantly so. But that said, we do have a death cap coming in for Coach Ray. Looks like a death cap will be soon for Mr. Krabs, but
a full item behind the Akali.
yeah. On top of which, Mad Chef is not going to die to any of that. Just straight up not going to be worried. But you know, you called for a team fight. There was a team fight, and then at this point, there's just no one is going to lose from FFZ at this point, where now the damage disparity is very, very real.
You know what's scary, Rod? Right now, with no stacks of the passive, Lilia has about 450 movement speed. You are never landing a skill shot on her in a team fight, unless she walks into it.
Yes, that seems accurate.
And they are continuing to stack Cloud Drakes. They currently have 2. And if their control of the map is any indication, they'll be plenty able to get the next 2 as well. Hoarder gonna move back.
That assumes that we'll still be here in 7 minutes, 9 minutes.
That's a very good point. I hadn't considered that.
Because this siege looks very siegey. Mad Chef is just gonna walk up and take the tower and be unworried by Bussy General.
Don't worry, it's healthy to have demolished for both structures and people, right?
Yes, very. Let me tell you what, very. But yeah, I don't know that we're gonna be here in time to see what happens with that Lilia move speed with a Cloud Soul.
Yeah, we'll have to see. The Lilia is at 3 items, by the way, as the Jack shows and the Demonic Embrace, but has picked up a Morellonomicon to make that Tarek and Vladimir feel even less healy.
I mean, that is good.
It's very good. Everyone on FFZ except for Atreides sitting on 3 items. You have to feel confident if you are the FFZ squad now. You've taken control of this game, you played it slow, you played it the way you wanted to, and you're not making the same stupid mistakes that burned you in Game 3.
I mean, just yes, and that's... I was hoping for more from Rat Legion. I thought after Game 3 that we would see something...
That was an ultimate.
That was definitely one of the
Potato
ultimates
Ogre-Tan is
in League of Legends.
Very, very bad trouble. Forced to use that ultimate very defensively as the ultimate from Hoarder lands onto 3, forcing the Cosmic Radiance out. Will keep people alive for just a little bit. However, Coach Ray on the backside, utterly destroying the team. A double kill with the perfect execution. Sashimi Senpai is next to fall. Bussy General, not long for this world either, will fall here to Hoarder. Mr. Krabs trying to stay alive on the top side. May just take down Zerathai, but I think it's too little too late, Rod. It is a 4-for-1 so far, and Hoarder here chasing down Mr. Krabs, burning through that health bar. The ult will not be enough. That is a 5-for-1, and Rod, I think we are seeing the first team punch their ticket to the BTL Season 14 Finals.
We absolutely are, and... Vladimir got a kill. But Akali got a lot more. That
Absolutely.
That was clean. That was the FFZ I thought we would see show up from Game 1.
13-3, Rod. 16 total kills in this game. That is the least number of deaths that we have seen in any game so far this BTL season. The previous record was, of course, 20, set in the regular season by, I want to say, DPS and Wingmen in Week 4. Math is hard. Irregardless, it wasn't a stomp. It wasn't just letting Hoarder run wild. Yes, Hoarder did plenty. Hoarder did do the most damage on the team. But Hoarder was not the reason that game was won. That game was won and lost off of the fact that Ray was able to get into the backline and able to finish off the kills that Hoarder set up. The fact that Mad Chef was able to tank. The fact that Zerathai on the Ezreal, well, he finally started contributing. And also, as importantly, the fact that Atreides didn't blow their R in unimportant matchups. They didn't use the depth charge just because they'd found a pick in the jungle alone while warding. They used the hostile takeover intentionally and intelligently to control team fights. It's a completely different FFZ from what we saw in games 1 through 3.
Yes. Yes. And yes. I would like to buy more of that. Where can I find it? Just a much better FFZ that showed up, a much better FFZ than it literally was just like they turned it on. Like they were just like, okay, you're right. We actually are a good team. Let me show you real quick. Like
Yeah.
that's all it was.
Now, my question to you, Rod. We saw 4 games. Out of the 5 members of FFC, who do you think was the player of the match?
I mean, it's gotta be jungle, right? Am
You
I
think so?
crazy? Yes.
I lean elsewhere.
Who
Because
are you thinking?
I think it's one of the solo laners. I think Mad Chef held down the top lane so well. But I think we also saw a completely different side of Coach Ray. I think we saw a side of Coach Ray that we haven't seen since before the sweeper incident of week 3, where Ray has played the carry and played it, for the most part, very well.
I can agree to that as well. I mean, Coach Ray did look very good. Looked significantly stronger than we've seen. Just period. I mean, I'm not going to argue that at all. I am open to either.
Well, it seems like we are already missing the jungler. So we'll have to steal Coach Ray. We'll just do a little bit of mild kidnapping. Welcome to the desk, Coach Ray. Congratulations on being the first team to punch your ticket to the finals. Y'all looked a little bit more vulnerable than you normally do, but you made it work.
Honestly, that's a lot of props to Rat Legion, right? The big talking points in the last several weeks have been FFC look unbeatable, and they made us definitely beatable in the first 3 games, right? We managed to come back game 2 and win, and even in game 1, they were very close series, and they held us very well. Yeah.
That is a thing that happened. I'm not going to agree with you on that.
Why is that?
At various times, y'all did not seem locked in. We've seen you across the last few weeks look super clean
Well,
at times.
I'm going to be
Look
honest.
super coordinated.
I'm going to be honest with you. The second we get leads, everyone buys what's it called, the snowball AP item. Yeah, we buy an AP item, and then we look to. I normally keep my head and I keep us focused, which is why like we came back. But if you saw, was it game 2 where I had the Fizz game where I got 4 kills?
And you completely lost your marbles?
And I'm the one that started having 4 fun alongside my team, right along with them.
So let's talk about that game 2.
Yeah.
Because y'all had a huge lead early, and then threw it all away. What was going through comms? What was happening in y'all's heads as you clawed that back and managed to force a victory?
I mean, we had the lead, and we started joking around, and someone got picked. We overstayed a welcome, got picked again, lost another team fight, and then we were like, oh. And it turned very quickly from we had a lead to, oh, they took our inhib. So from that point, it was a flip of, hey, we need to start playing fights a bit differently. So we reeled it back in. Props is always given to my jungler, and he does a really good job in the early game. But more often than not, without like flaming my team, I have to reel my AD carry and my top laner, because like lane assignments are always kind of funky. Like even in the last game, my Ezreal was pushing bot lane solo, and then he got picked, right? Like that happens for us if we tend to not focus. And so we reeled everyone back in. My jungler and I coordinated with some plans. And because that game we ended up picking kind of like funky, that's why it looked really difficult to play it out. Because when they locked in Rammus, we just went the simplest strat. Let's pick double APs. Only issue was I don't think we had an engaged champion that game, so it was my ultimates and just Leroy Jenkins into their team with Zanya's and hoping that was a good enough engage. And luckily it was for some of the fights, and we were able to sell out, but it was difficult to find our way back in once we fell behind.
Very fair. One last question before we let you go, and obviously we won't pry into finals, but I have to ask, you've faced all of the teams in BTL so far. KOI and DPS tomorrow night are squaring off for the finals spot. Which team do you expect to win, and which team are you more afraid of facing in finals?
I mean, let me look real quick, but from my understanding, I think the number one seed should take it, right? Like, there should be no reason that Boy don't make it through and win, and I think they pose a legitimate threat for how we want to play, to be able to get us, because they match you in the early game, and Rat Legion did a really good job today of matching us in the early game. Game number 3 looked really good for them because they had a mid laner that had prio, right? And they warded our invades, and that's how their lead started. Was their mid laner was able to move first finally and punished Frenzy's invade, which he does invade. You never know where, but he will more than likely try to invade, and it's usually with my prio. But it was off a weird timer. I had backed, and they got prio. So anyway, Boy, I think, has the best chance of making it in, right? They're the number 1 team. They were undefeated in the regular season, and I can't really turn away from them.
All right. Well, we will have to see which of these teams will be facing you in the finals. That matchup, of course, will be on this same channel, similar time, 7 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time tomorrow. Rod, anything else you'd like to say before we call it a night?
Nothing from me. Nothing at all. There was I say nothing and then I had to say things. But it was a great series, lots of excitement, and FFZ, we look forward to seeing them in the finals and seeing what they're going to bring.
Alrighty. Well, thank you, Louis, for joining us. Thank you to everyone out there who has watched us this evening and supported these teams from week 1 all the way to these playoffs. We appreciate each and every one of you, and as well to our staff on the back end, especially Ito, who, of course, is the glue holding all of this together. I have been Aulz, for myself, for Rodney, and for everyone here at BTL. Thank you all for showing up. Thank you all for hanging out with us. Have a wonderful, wonderful night.